Chapter 2860. This girl is finally out of seclusion. Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon. Ever since she followed Lu Ming to the Kongxian school, she had been cultivating in seclusion in the Divine Vein Tower for 70 to 80 years. Now, she finally sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew to the Divine Vein Tower. Young Master. Seeing Lu Ming, Autumn Moon was overjoyed. Autumn Moon, you're finally out of seclusion. Let's go back to the place where we live. Lu Ming smiled. Wait, young master. I still owe a lot of points. Autumn Moon said with a red face. Yeah, kid, this girl has been cultivating for so many years. She can't leave without enough points. An old man guarding the Divine Vein Tower said. So, that's how it is. Lu Ming laughed. He had forgotten that Autumn Moon didn't have many points. She had been cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower for so many years. She would need at least tens of thousands of points. That was why she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Otherwise, when Autumn Moon came out of seclusion, she would go to Lu Ming herself. Come, senior, this is my identity medallion. You can take it. Lu Ming took out his identity token and handed it to the old man. The old man took it and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. The successor's token. You're Lu Ming, the successor? The old man was surprised. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. So you're Lu Ming, the successor. I've heard a lot about you. The old man looked at Lu Ming curiously, then swiped his points and returned the successor's token to Lu Ming. Autumn Moon, let's go. Hey, wait, your cultivation. As Lu Ming spoke, his eyes widened and he revealed an extremely shocked expression. He was shocked by Autumn Moon's cultivation. Previously, he hadn't carefully sensed Xiao Yu's cultivation. Now that he did, he was shocked. Autumn Moon's cultivation actually already reached the true God realm. Furthermore, it actually reached the terrifying level 5 true God realm. What was going on? Back when Autumn Moon and Lu Ming came to the Kongxian school, Xiao Autumn Moon was only a demigod. But now, in just a few years, Xiao Autumn Moon's cultivation had soared to level 5 true God. This kind of cultivation speed was simply appalling. It was even more abnormal than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Young master, Autumn Moon was about to say something. Wait, we'll talk when we get back. Lu Ming pulled Autumn Moon's hand and flew towards their residence. After returning to Lu Ming's residence, Lu Ming asked about Autumn Moon in detail. Young master, I don't know what's going on either. After I broke through to the empty God realm, something seemed to have awakened in my body, causing me to sink into a deep state of cultivation. After I finished cultivating, I didn't expect so many years to have passed. My cultivation has also risen to level 5 true God. Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Something in your body has awakened. What is it? Lu Ming was puzzled. Young master, let me show you. Autumn Moon nodded and then circulated her divine power. Suddenly, a layer of light spread out from Autumn Moon's heart. It was a layer of 9-colored light. Then, there seemed to be a 9-colored heart emerging from Autumn Moon's heart. An extremely mysterious aura emerged. Lu Ming didn't know what it was at all, but he felt that the 9-colored heart was extremely mysterious and seemed to contain a terrifying power. Oh my God, this is the sacred heart of 9 orifices. This is the legendary sacred heart of 9 orifices. At this moment, Guillemot jumped out of the picture scroll in Lin Fan's consciousness and shouted in shock. Sacred heart of 9 orifices? What's that? And why are you so excited? Lu Ming asked Guillemot through telepathy. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Anyone who sees the sacred heart of 9 orifices will be excited. This is a legendary sacred heart. It's countless times more precious than your ancient god heart. Guillemot shouted, completely losing his usual calmness. Calm down, calm down. Come, tell me, what is the use of the sacred heart of 9 orifices? Lu Ming asked Guillemot through telepathy. The sacred heart of 9 orifices is extremely mysterious. It's hard for me to describe its uses, but I do know that the most impressive thing about it is its ability to cultivate. Legend has it that those who have awakened the sacred heart of 9 orifices will be able to cultivate at a shocking speed. Even if they only eat and sleep all day without cultivating, their cultivation will still improve automatically. Furthermore, it will be faster than the cultivation of others. Once they cultivate seriously and obtain some fortunate encounters, their cultivation will skyrocket. Guillemot explained loudly. This, Lu Ming was stunned too. He stared at Autumn Moon with his eyes open wide. His lips trembled as he could no longer remain calm. Her cultivation would continue to improve even if she only ate and slept. Furthermore, it would be faster than the cultivation of others. This was absolutely insane. How could they let him live? No wonder Autumn Moon's cultivation had improved so quickly during this period. I know, this girl's talent has not been revealed yet. Her sacred heart of 9 orifices will only be awakened when she breaks through the martial god realm and becomes a deity. That's awesome. Lu Ming, I'm so envious that you have such an awesome woman. Guillemot chattered on. His eyes were red with envy. Of course, he was just a skeleton without eyes. Young master, what's wrong with you? I'll be fine, right? Autumn Moon panicked when she saw Lu Ming's dazed look. It's fine. Autumn Moon, you're extremely talented. Your cultivation will surpass mine in the future. I'm just surprised. Lu Ming quickly calmed himself down and said, Really? How can my cultivation surpass young masters? Autumn Moon smiled sweetly when she heard Lu Ming's words. She was extremely beautiful. Autumn Moon, who had awakened the sacred heart of 9 orifices, was even more beautiful. She had a unique temperament that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Autumn Moon, you're so beautiful. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and praised her. Is that so? Autumn Moon blushed. Her skin was tender and smooth, making people want to take a bite. Of course it's true. Lu Ming went forward and kissed Autumn Moon's red lips. Autumn Moon's body started to tremble. Then, she responded passionately. Their lips parted after a long while. Autumn Moon was even more charming. Autumn Moon, you've awakened the sacred heart of 9 orifices. Your cultivation will be amazingly fast in the future. However, you can't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Lu Ming calmed himself down and warned her carefully. The sacred heart of 9 orifices was too amazing. Once it was spread, it would probably cause a huge uproar. At that time, it would be hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Therefore, it was best not to spread it. Yes, young master. Autumn Moon nodded obediently. The blush on her face had not subsided. Autumn Moon, stay with me tonight, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Huh? Autumn Moon panicked. Her heart was beating like a deer. This was what she had been looking forward to. However, when it really came, she was still extremely nervous. Autumn Moon, are you not willing? If you're not willing, I won't force you, Lu Ming said. No. Autumn Moon shook her head repeatedly. In the end, she lowered her head with a red face and whispered, I'm willing. Chapter 2861. In Lu Ming's room, it was a beautiful night. Lu Ming and Xiao Autumn Moon were entangled in a fierce battle. The two of them battled for 3 days and 3 nights before they fell asleep in each other's arms. After that, the two of them stayed together every day to cultivate. Lu Ming would also guide Xiao Autumn Moon in her cultivation of divine skills. After Xiao Autumn Moon awakened the sacred heart of 9 orifices, not only did her cultivation speed increase at an astonishing rate, but her comprehension had also greatly improved. She was able to comprehend divine skills at an astonishing speed. Moreover, Xiao Autumn Moon had already cultivated the universe 10,000 ways technique to a very high level. Autumn Moon's divine power had already reached the peak of divine power. She would be able to cultivate divine dominator divine power with one more step. At that time, Xiao Autumn Moon would also be able to cultivate other divine powers and condense various divine fires. Her combat strength would also skyrocket. Xiao Autumn Moon's future was simply limitless. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Xiaoyu's cultivation level had improved to the 6th level of a true god. Lu Ming's cultivation level was still at the 8th level of a true god. At this moment, a piece of news spread in Kongxian School and caused a huge uproar. The higher-ups of Kongxian School had decided that in 3 months, there would be a competition between the saints and saintesses to determine the Zongzi. The Zongzi would be the replacement sect master and the future sect master. As soon as the news came out, the entire Kongxian School was shocked. This was because the news came from the Kongxian School Senate. All the saints and saintesses immediately gathered the people of their respective factions to discuss this matter. Lu Ming also immediately gathered the experts of his faction to discuss this matter. Saint, this matter is extremely strange. Logically speaking, the cultivation of the saints and saintesses is not high enough. It will take some time before the competition begins. An inner court elder said, "That's right. Moreover, in the past, the competition was a natural competition. It wasn't carried out in a specific way. Instead, the holy sons and holy daughters would compete with each other. The final winner would be the Zongzi. However, this time, the Senate personally issued an order to hold the competition for the Zongzi position in 3 months. This is illogical." Another inner court elder said with a frown. The Senate of the Kongxian School was made up of the strongest people in the Kongxian School. The chief elders inside were all divine king realm existences. Their status was far above the inner sect elders. Everyone chimed in one after another, guessing one after another, but none of them could come to a conclusion. Saint Lady Xianxia requests an audience. Suddenly, someone came to report. "Invite fragrant saintess in." Lu Ming waved his hand, and not long after, someone came to welcome the fragrant saintess. "Lu Ming, you should be discussing the Zongzi competition that will be held in 3 months, right?" Ouyang Qingxiang went straight to the point. "That's right. Fragrant saintess, do you have any news?" Lu Ming said, "I do have news. I heard from my grandfather that the Zongzi competition this time is mainly because some people in the Senate want to push the Supreme Saint up." Ouyang Qingxiang said, "They want to push the Supreme Saint up?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not doubt Ouyang Qingxiang's words. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather, who was also Yuxian's father, was an important figure in the Kongxian School. He was a member of the Senate, a divine king realm figure. That's right. The Paragon Holy Son's background is extraordinary. His father's side and his mother's side are both major powers of the Kongxian sect. Each side has a grand elder in the Senate, and there is more than one of them. It can be said that they are extremely powerful and have great influence in the Senate. This time, it was the big shot behind the Supreme Saint who made this suggestion. Ouyang Qingxiang said, "Will the other chief elders agree?" Lu Ming said, "Of course there will be people who disagree. My grandfather disagrees, but the power behind the Supreme Saint is too strong. He has great influence in the Senate." When the Senate held a meeting, more than half of the chief elders agreed. It's hard for the other chief elders to change their minds. Ouyang Qingxiang said, "Why would the Senate suddenly make this suggestion? That's strange." An inner elder was puzzled. "It's because of Lu Ming." Ouyang Qingxiang looked at Lu Ming and said, "Because of me?" Lu Ming was stunned. What did all this have to do with him? The matter is very simple. Lu Ming, the talent that you have displayed is too high and your progress is too fast. It has only been a few years, and the Tianhong Saint Son has already died in your hands. In a few more years, who can compete with you? So, the people behind the Supreme Saint are afraid. They are afraid that in a few more years, the Supreme Saint will not be your opponent. At that time, the position of the Kongxian School's patriarch will fall into your hands. Ouyang Qingxiang said. So, the people behind the Supreme Saint made the first move and proposed this plan. Before I am the Supreme Saint's opponent, they will have a competition to determine the Zongzi candidate. Lu Ming followed Ouyang Qingxiang's words. There was no need for Ouyang Qingxiang to continue. Lu Ming could already guess what she meant. The people behind the Supreme Saint were afraid of Lu Ming. They were afraid that Lu Ming would surpass the Supreme Saint, so they were forced to propose this plan. That's right. Ouyang Qingxiang nodded. Interesting. Saintess Qingxiang, What do you want to do? Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Ming had no interest in the Zongzi's position. The purpose of his cultivation was to improve his strength, protect his family and friends, and break through to the God King realm as soon as possible to find Xianxia. Now, there's only one way to compete with the Supreme Saint, and that is to join forces. Xianxia said, "Let's join forces. I will help you become the Zongzi." After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming smiled and said, "How about this? Let's join forces. I will help you become the Zongzi." "You will help me?" Xianxia was stunned. "Yes, when we join forces, I said that you won't regret it. To be honest, I have no interest in the Zongzi's position, but among the saints and saintesses, only you are suitable to become the Zongzi. What do you think?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Is what you said true?" Xianxia's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Of course it is true," Lu Ming said. "Okay, as long as I become the Zongzi and take charge of the Kongxian school in the future, I will never forget you and your people." Xianxia replied. In fact, she came to Lu Ming today with this purpose. She had long seen that Lu Ming was too talented and had a high goal. Lu Ming's heart would not be trapped in the Kongxian school or the Qin Tian Star Zone. Therefore, she had long guessed that Lu Ming was not interested in the Kongxian school's position. But she was. She needed Lu Ming's help. According to my speculation, the other saints and saintesses may join forces. It will not be easy for us to get through this stage. Xianxia said. "Let's do our best." Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 2862. Xianxia was right. The saints and saintesses were the most shocked when they heard the news. Fuko Seiko, Saint Xianxia, Saint Yin Kong, and Saint Shuatan were all upset when they heard the news. They didn't have the confidence to compete with the Paragon Saint now. 2 days later, Fuko Seiko arrived at Saint Xianxia's residence. "You want me to team up with you and help you become the Zongzi?" Saint Xianxia sneered at Fuko Seiko. "That's right." Fuko Seiko nodded. "Why don't you help me become the Zongzi?" Saint Xianxia sneered. "Because I'm stronger than you." Fuko Seiko said. "Stronger than me? You're really confident." Saint Xianxia sneered. In the past, Saint Xianxia, Fuko Seiko, and Tianhong Saint Xianxia were all on par with each other. Saint Shuatan, Xianxia, and Saint Yin Kong were slightly weaker. The Paragon Saint was the strongest. Now that Fuko Seiko said he was stronger than Saint Xianxia, Saint Xianxia sneered. Boom! At this moment, Fuko Seiko's body shone brightly. He seemed to have turned into a ball of divine light. 5th level heavenly god. You've broken through. Saint Xianxia was shocked. In the past, he, Floating Light, and Tianhong were all peak 4th level heavenly gods. He didn't expect Fuko Seiko to have become a 5th level heavenly god. This meant that Fuko Seiko was indeed stronger than him. Now you know that I'm stronger than you. We only have a chance to defeat the Paragon Saint and Lu Ming if you help me. I can promise that as long as I become the Zongzi and become the sect master of the Kongxian school, you'll be my equal. Fuko Seiko said. Equal footing? Saint Xia's eyes flickered. That's right. Being on equal footing is better than having the Supreme Saint take charge of the sect. What do you think? Do you agree? Fuko Seiko said. Even if I agree, I'm afraid the two of us are no match for the Paragon Saint. Holy Son Xianxia said. This time, Xianxia and Lu Ming will definitely join forces. The two of us are indeed not enough. Next, let's find Shuatan and Yin Kong. As long as the 4 of us join forces, we will be able to fight against the Paragon Saint. Even defeating him is not impossible. Fuko Seiko said. All right, I promise you. Holy Son Xianxia pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. He also knew that in such a situation, he could only fight against the Paragon Saint by joining forces. If he did not join forces and fight alone, he had no chance of winning. Following this, the two of them went to the residences of the Sacred Son of Flame Sky and Sacred Son of Snow Sandal. After some persuasion, the Sacred Son of Flame Sky and Sacred Son of Snow Sandal agreed to team up with the Sacred Son of Floating Light. In this way, a few months passed in the Kongxian school in an environment full of undercurrents. On this day, it was finally time to compete for the position of Zongzi. Kongxian school, where the sect competition was held, was crowded with countless people. Lu Ming, the holy son, is here. Holy daughter Xianxia is here. Fuko Seiko is here. Many people exclaimed. The 7 holy sons and holy daughters of Kongxian school had arrived one after another. The supreme saint had his hands behind his back and was full of domineering aura. He looked high-spirited and didn't take the heroes of the world seriously. Only when he turned to look at Lu Ming did he reveal a trace of seriousness. Lu Ming, the supreme saint muttered with a serious look in his eyes. Just as the 7 holy sons and holy daughters were sizing each other up, many figures flew out from the depths of Kongxian school. The one leading them was the Kongxian school's sect leader, Long Zhoushan. Behind him were a few elders, all of whom were founding members of Kongxian school. This time, Long Zhoushan didn't object to the Senate's suggestion. No one knew what he was thinking. Almost everyone is here, right? Long Zhoushan scanned the crowd and said. The crowd quietened down. Looking at Long Zhoushan, they knew that Long Zhoushan was about to announce the rules of this Zongzi competition. This Zongzi competition will be divided into 2 rounds. The one who spoke wasn't Long Zhoushan, but an elder with white hair. This person was called Zhi Zuandong. He was an extremely old founding member of Kongxian school. He had lived for a long time and was one of the oldest people in Kongxian school. He was also an ancestor of the Supreme Saint. In fact, after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, one would be said to have an endless lifespan. However, that was just a name. Every living thing had a limit to their lifespan. For example, in the primordial world, martial emperors were said to have an endless lifespan. Every 333,333 years, void emperors, true emperors, and great emperors would face a heavenly tribulation. Many people would die under the heavenly tribulation. As for the heavenly emperor realm, there were no disasters or tribulations. Their lifespan was endless. In fact, there was an end to this endless. This was because a minor thousand world like the primordial world had an end to its lifespan. For example, if the primordial world was destroyed, would the heavenly emperor still be alive? He would still die. The lifespan of a minor thousand world would normally not exceed 10 billion years. In other words, the lifespan of a heavenly emperor would not exceed 10 billion years. How long was 10 billion years? One tribulation would take 333,333 years. 10,000 tribulations would only take a little more than 3 billion years. This was about the same as having an endless lifespan. In the primitive universe, the lifespan of a deity was about the same as that of a heavenly emperor. The longest was only 10 billion years. In the primitive universe, there was a saying that the lifespan of a deity was the same as that of a star. The lifespan of a star was about 10 billion years. The lifespan of a deity was also 10 billion years. The lifespan of a void god, true god, and heavenly god was about the same. 10 billion years was the limit. When a star was extinguished, a deity would also fall. Therefore, most people called 10 billion years a stellar year. However, the lifespan of a divine king was much longer. Generally, a divine king's lifespan was more than 5 stellar years. For example, Supremes had already lived for 6 stellar years, which was equivalent to 60 billion years. It was equivalent to a minor world like the primordial world or a stellar year from birth to destruction 6 times. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They just listened quietly. First, let's talk about the qualifications for participation. Only saints and saintesses can participate. Each saint and saintess can bring 3 helpers. The first round will take place on a planet that is about to dry up. This planet has been occupied by a planet devourer. Your goal is to kill the planet devourer on this planet and gain points. The planet devourer is divided into 3 levels: bronze planet devourer, silver planet devourer, and gold planet devourer. Killing a bronze planet devourer will give you 1 point. Killing a silver planet devourer will give you 5 points, and killing a gold planet devourer will give you 50 points. All right, the saints and saintesses who want to participate in the competition, come to me to register. Supremes announced. Chapter 2863. I see. Planet Devourer. Many people murmured as they pondered. Come up and sign up. Zhizun Dong announced again. I'll do it. The first one to sign up was the Paragon Saint. He stepped forward and signed his name on one of the steels before retreating. I'll do it. Next was Fuko Seiko. He also signed his name. After Fuko Seiko, Ouyang Qingxiang also signed her name. Other than the three of them, the other saints and saintesses stood still. You're not going to sign up? Zhizun Dong's gaze swept across Lu Ming, Saint Xianxia, Saint Yin Kong, and Saintess Xuetan. I give up this competition. Me too. Me too. Saint Xianxia, Saint Yin Kong, and Saintess Xuetan shook their heads. What? Most of the people present were shocked as they looked at the three saints and saintesses in shock. Zhizun Dong narrowed his eyes. Ha! The three of you are giving up because you want to help Floating Light deal with me. The Paragon Saint sneered. Saint Xianxia, Saint Yin Kong, and Saintess Xuetan did not speak. Their faces were calm, but there was a trace of unwillingness in their eyes. If it was possible, how could they give up so easily? They had no choice. The others were enlightened. They finally understood why Saint Xianxia and the other two had given up. It was mainly because the Paragon Saint was too strong. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to compete with the Paragon Saint. Qingkuan, are you confident that you can win if they join forces? Zhizun Dong secretly sent a voice transmission to the Paragon Saint. The Paragon Saint's name was Zhi Qingkuan. Patriarch, don't worry. Even if they join forces, they're no match for me. The Paragon Saint replied confidently. At the same time, he looked at Fuko Seiko and the others with disdain. Do you think you can compete with me if you join forces to help Floating Light? What a fool's dream. Floating Light. I think you should just give up on this idea. How do you know you will win if you haven't fought? Fuko Seiko responded forcefully. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Heavenly God realm, he was much more confident. At the same time, he had also obtained the help of the other 3 saints and saintesses. He might be able to fight against the Supreme Saint. Haha, very confident. At that time, you will know what despair is. The Paragon Saint sneered. Lu Ming, what about you? At this moment, the gaze of the 9 Heavens Supremes shifted toward Lu Ming. I also give up. Lu Ming smiled. These words shocked everyone once again. Lu Ming has also given up. What a pity. Holy Son Lu Ming's talent is definitely the strongest. He's definitely stronger than the Supreme Holy Son. In a few hundred or 1,000 years, surpassing the Supreme Holy Son won't be a problem. It's a pity that this competition came too suddenly. Lu Ming probably withdrew because he estimated that he was not a match for the Paragon Saint. That is probably the case. Many people were discussing. The 9 Heavens Supremes harumphed coldly. Many people immediately shut up. All right. In that case, the competition will be between the 3 of you. Each of you can bring 3 assistants. Who do you want to bring? Remember, the people you bring must also be of the younger generation. The 9 Heavens Supremes asked. That the Supreme Holy Son pointed at the 3 of them. 3 young men immediately walked out from behind him. The 3 of them were undoubtedly very powerful, especially one of them who was fully qualified to become a saint, but he had chosen to side with the Supreme Holy Son in the end. Fuko Seiko and the others sized this person up. This person was definitely a threat and was not weaker than them. The people I want to bring are them. Fuko Seiko looked at Holy Son Xianxia, Holy Son Yin Kong, and Saintess Xuetan. Holy Son Xianxia, Holy Son Yin Kong, and Saintess Xuetan stepped out and stood behind Fuko Seiko. As expected, many people's hearts skipped a beat. This was within their expectations. Fuko Seiko was indeed going to bring Holy Son Xianxia and the other 2. When the 4 Holy Sons and Saints joined forces, it would definitely be an extremely powerful force. The people I want to bring are them. Ouyang Qingxiang also spoke up. Lu Ming and the other two young men and women stepped out and stood behind Ouyang Qingxiang. Holy Son Lu Ming is indeed helping Saintess Qingxiang. Yes, I heard that Holy Son Lu Ming was very close to Saintess Qingxiang before he became a saint. It is normal for him to give up the competition and help Saintess Qingxiang. Who do you think is stronger and weaker among the three forces? The people present started to discuss. If there were no accidents, the future Zongzi of Kongxian School would be born from the most holy son, Fuko Seiko, and Saintess Qingxiang. On the surface, Fuko Seiko's side should be the strongest among the three forces. They have gathered for holy sons and saintesses. However, the most holy son's strength is unfathomable. With the help of another holy son, I am afraid that their combined strength is above Fuko Seiko's side. I think so too. The most holy son is too strong. I am afraid that he alone is comparable to several saintesses and holy sons. The weakest side must be Saintess Qingxiang's side. There is no doubt about it. Although she has the help of Lu Ming, Holy Son Lu Ming also gave his all when he fought with the Tianhong Saint. His strength is only slightly stronger than the Tianhong Saint. If he and Saintess Qingxiang join forces, they will not be a match for the other two forces. It seems that the suspense this time will be between Fuko Seiko and the Most Holy Son. In terms of overall strength, many people did not think that Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang would win. The discussions around also reached Lu Ming's ears. However, Lu Ming only smiled and did not take it to heart. To be honest, he was not confident and could only try his best. All right, since the people have been decided, let's set off. Before we set off, this old man will remind you that points are very important. The final result will be a combination of the points from the 2 rounds. The one with the higher points from the 2 rounds will be the winner of this competition. Men, set up the array. After the Most Holy Son finished speaking, a few elders immediately stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, array discs flew out and floated in midair. Soon, a teleportation array appeared in the air. This teleportation array can directly teleport you to the planet that is about to wither. You may set off. The Most Holy Son waved his sleeves. Bam! Bam! The Most Holy Son took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. Then, his figure disappeared from the array. Following that, Fuko Seiko also took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming were the last to step into the teleportation array and left this place. The rest of the people waited in place. The first round of the competition would last for 3 months. After 3 months, Lu Ming and the rest will be back on time. Chapter 2864. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and 2 other men and women stepped into the portal together. The next moment, they appeared in midair. Above their heads, there was a vortex that was slowly spinning. 3 months later, they could return to Kongxian School as long as they returned here. It seems that the 3 of us were teleported to different locations. Lu Ming glanced around and said, he, Ouyang Qingxiang, and 2 other men and women were together, but he didn't see the figures of the Paragon Saint, Fuko Seiko, and the others. Obviously, they were separated after being teleported in. That's good. Let's go and find the planet Devourer. Ouyang Qingxiang said. The 4 of them flew down. The ground below was dead silent. The planet Devourer was a terrifying creature in the primitive universe. This kind of creature would be born naturally when a planet was about to die. They would devour the planet's energy and accelerate the planet's aging and depletion. There were no trees on the ground below, and the divine qi was very thin. There were caves on the ground, densely packed like a beehive. These caves were dug out by the planet Devourer by devouring the planet's energy. Let's go into these caves. The planet Devourer must be hiding in these caves. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming and the others nodded and flew toward a cave. At this moment, a figure flashed in one of the caves, and then a figure rushed out. Squeak! An ear-piercing and unpleasant sound came from the figure's mouth. It's the planet Devourer. The eyes of the 4 lit up. They didn't expect to encounter a planet Devourer as soon as they arrived. The planet devourer's body was extremely tall. It was at least 10 meters tall, like a huge insect. The two claws in front of its body were like two divine blades. Especially its mouth, it was big and sharp, full of fangs, and looked very ferocious. As for its body, it was bronze in color. This was the bronze planet devourer. A bronze planet devourer. Let me destroy it. The young man behind Ouyang Qingxiang stepped out. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he was about to kill the bronze planet devourer. The man and woman that Ouyang Qingxiang brought along were called Kong Chong and Lu Jia. They were Ouyang Qingxiang's most talented subordinates. Even though the two of them did not possess Saint Grade Divine Force, they were still top-notch King Grade Divine Force. Furthermore, their cultivation was at the 4th layer of the heavenly god realm. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time. They had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. Otherwise, they would not have such a profound cultivation base. Among the inner disciples of the Kongxian school, those who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years were considered the younger generation. Kong Chong's aura blossomed as he circulated his divine power. The battle axe lit up as it slashed towards the planet devourer with astonishing power. Creak, 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 the planet devourer screamed. It twisted its body and charged at Kong Chong at an astonishing speed. Its two sharp claws slashed at Kong Chong. So fast, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's hearts shook. Kong Chong was also shocked. He didn't expect the planet devourer to be so fast. At the critical moment, he let out a loud roar and changed his stance. His battle axe slashed out like a torrential storm. In an instant, he had slashed out over 100 times. Shadows of axes could be seen all around him. Clang! Clang! In midair, dense collisions and roars could be heard. Then, the two figures retreated. Kong Chong and the planet devourer retreated tens of thousands of meters, respectively. So powerful! Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others were shocked. This planet devourer could actually contend with Kong Chong. One should know that Kong Chong's cultivation base had reached the 4th level of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, his combat strength was definitely not weak. Otherwise, Ouyang Qingxiang would not have chosen him to help. And this planet devourer was only a bronze-grade planet devourer. Yet, it had such powerful combat strength. Then, how strong would the silver planet devourer and the gold planet devourer be? The few of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that these points were not easy to obtain. Kill! At this moment, Kong Chong roared. He waved his battle axe and used a divine skill to attack the bronze-grade planet devourer. The bronze-grade planet devourer also screamed and charged at Kong Chong. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. After exchanging dozens of blows, it was difficult to determine the winner. Let's attack together and end this quickly, Ouyang Qingxiang said and rushed out. A green sword chi bloomed and slashed at the bronze-grade planet devourer. Clang! The sword chi slashed at the planet devourer's sharp claws, leaving a deep mark and almost cutting the claws in half. Although Ouyang Qingxiang's cultivation base was also at the 4th level of the heavenly god realm, her strength was much stronger than Kong Chong's. She completely suppressed the planet devourer. Green Lotus Sword Song, Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Green sword chi bloomed and enveloped the planet devourer. Although the planet devourer's strength was strong, it was still completely suppressed. After a few moves, the sword chi flashed and the planet devourer's head was cut off. Ouyang Qingxiang waved her hand and kept the planet devourer's head. When the time came, as long as they brought the planet devourer's head back, the points would be counted. Let's go. Then, the four of them rushed into a cave. The entire planet seemed to have been dug through. It was filled with caves that extended in all directions like a maze. The four of them followed a cave and flew without direction. Unfortunately, after searching for a few hours, they didn't find a single planet devourer. Looks like there aren't many planet devourers. Lu Ming frowned. Then what should we do? If this goes on, 3 months will pass very quickly. If we're unlucky and don't find many planet devourers, won't we lose to the other two? Kong Chong said anxiously. In Kong Chong and Lu Jie's hearts, their strength was the weakest. They couldn't be compared to the Supreme Saint and Fuko Seiko. Therefore, this round was very important. If they had more points in the first round, they could still compete with the other two parties. If their points in the first round were lower than the other two parties, then there would be no competition. The planet devourer's habit is to devour the planet's energy. Therefore, it must be very sensitive to energy. Let's leave these caves and go to the surface. Then, we can use divine crystals or various gems to release energy waves. Maybe we can attract the planet devourer. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, Saint is really sharp. Kong Chong is impressed. Kong Chong clasped his fists. Let's go and give it a try. Lu Ming said. Then, the four of them flew upward. They were too lazy to go back through the tunnel. They directly bombarded the rocks and rushed to the surface. Chapter 2865. After rushing to the surface, they took out a large number of divine crystals, some precious gems, and various refining materials. They activated these materials with their divine power, causing the energy fluctuations of these materials to spread far and wide. And a few of them just waited like that. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Asterisk squeak. Asterisk a sharp sound came from afar. They're here. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' eyes lit up. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in the distance. A few figures dashed toward the scene at lightning speed. There were a total of 5 planet devourers, all of which were bronze level. Hard work paid off, and this method really worked, attracting 5 planet devourers at once. Kong Chong, Lu Jie, you two deal with 1 planet devourer each. Leave the remaining 3 to me and Lu Ming, the Holy Sun. Ouyang Qingxiang assigned their respective tasks, and then rushed out in a flash. Green sword light bloomed in her hand, and she attacked the 2 bronze-level planet devourers. Kong Chong, Lu Jie, and Lu Ming each rushed towards 1 planet devourer. Asterisk boom. Asterisk in the process of rushing out, Lu Ming activated the battle formula, quadrupled his combat power, and stabbed out with his spear. A spear light pierced towards one of the planet devourers. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the planet devourer waved its sharp claws and slashed at Lu Ming like a divine blade. When it collided with the spear, a violent vibration erupted. Lu Ming felt a sharp and terrifying force surging towards him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. And the planet devourer was also sent flying by Lu Ming. Its strength is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and then 9 ice chains flew out, entangling the planet devourer. Lu Ming didn't use the ancient god body. Although the ancient god body was powerful, it consumed a lot of physical strength. After using it once, he would need a rest for at least 2 days before he could use it again. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lu Ming wouldn't use the ancient god body. After using the ice shackles, Lu Ming used the divine dragon aspect art. A 9-clawed dragon flew out and pounced towards the bronze devourer. Aside from not using his ancient god body, Lu Ming could be said to have used all his means to suppress the bronze planet devourer. The 2 of them fought fiercely. However, since Lu Ming did not use his ancient god physique, his battle power could not compare to Ouyang Qingxiang's. It was not easy for him to kill the bronze devourer. After exchanging more than a dozen moves, Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to use moon beheading, splitting open the bronze devourer's stomach and injuring it heavily. Then, the 9 ice chains took the opportunity to firmly entangle the bronze planet devourer, causing its body to stiffen. Moon slaying. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear, and a crescent-shaped spear light flashed, and the head of the bronze devourer was chopped off. With a wave of his hand, he put away the bronze devourer's head and looked in other directions. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang had already dealt with 2 bronze devourers, but Kong Chong and Lu Jie were each locked in a fierce battle with a bronze planet devourer. Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming each rushed toward a bronze planet devourer, helping each other to kill it. Soon, the remaining 2 bronze planet devourers were also killed by them. In this way, they had killed a total of 6 bronze planet devourers and obtained 6 points. These points were naturally too little, but this method of attracting bronze planet devourers was useful, and they continued to attract them. Unfortunately, for the next half a day, not a single planet devourer came. It seems that the nearby planet devourers are all here. Let's go somewhere else, Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded, put away the divine crystals and gems, and randomly chose a direction to fly in. After flying for about 10 million miles, they estimated that the distance was about right. They stopped, put down the divine crystals and gems, and continued to attract the planet devourers with this method. They're here. So many of them, Kong Chong suddenly exclaimed. This time, in less than an hour, squeaking sounds came from different caves in the distance. Then, figures flickered and planet devourers rushed out one after another from some caves. 10 of them. This time, 10 of them came at once, and all of them were bronze planet devourers. Everyone's expression was somewhat solemn. Kong Chong, Wuxia, the 2 of you work together. Take care of yourselves. Ouyang Qingxiang instructed Kong Chong and Wuxia. Facing so many bronze planet devourers, with Kong Chong and Wuxia's strength, it was somewhat dangerous. Saintus, don't worry. Don't worry about us. Kill. Lu Ming was very straightforward. Holding the long spear, he directly rushed towards the bronze planet devourers. In the process, Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled, and he transformed into a 100-meter-tall ancient god in green armor. With so many planet devourers coming at once, Lu Ming couldn't care less about preserving his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Ouyang Qingxiang to fight so many bronze planet devourers alone. After transforming into an ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. His long spear swept out like a mountain range. Boom! A planet devourer was directly swept away by Lu Ming, and it crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak exploded, and the planet devourer was half dead. After using the ancient god body, Lu Ming's strength was even stronger than Ouyang Qingxiang's. He could completely crush the bronze planet devourers. Squeak! A sharp voice sounded. At the same time, 5 planet devourers pounced on Lu Ming from 5 different directions at an astonishing speed. Sky Piercer, Sky Piercer. Lu Ming consecutively used the Armageddon 3 strikes. 5 spear lights burst out, piercing towards the 5 planet devourers. Pung! Pung! Although the power of the 5 consecutive thrusts had weakened, it still suppressed the 5 planet devourers and sent them flying. Armageddon 3 strikes, moon slashing. Lu Ming rushed towards one of the planet devourers. With a sweep of his spear, he killed the planet devourer before moving on to the other one. At the same time as Lu Ming made his move, Ouyang Qingxiang also made her move. She used the Green Lotus Sword Song, and green lotuses emerged one after another. The sky was filled with sword chi, enveloping the 4 planet devourers. At the same time, Kong Chong and Wuxia also went to help Ouyang Qingxiang. Suddenly, a bronze planet devourer was killed by Ouyang Qingxiang. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming charged at the other planet devourers alone. He completely crushed them. With every move, a planet devourer would be killed by Lu Ming. In a short while, the 5 planet devourers were all killed by Lu Ming. Including the first one, Lu Ming had killed 6 planet devourers by himself. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were about to finish their battle. 3 of the 4 planet devourers had been killed, and only one was left. Swoosh! Ouyang Qingxiang slashed out with her sword, and the last planet devourer was beheaded. But at this moment, Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Be careful!" Chapter 2866. Be careful! Lu Ming roared, because at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from a cave below. This ray of light was silver and like a heavenly blade. It slashed towards Ouyang Qingxiang at an astonishing speed. Fast, too fast. This ray of light completely shrouded Ouyang Qingxiang. Kong Chong, and Wuxia. At this moment, it was too late for Ouyang Qingxiang to dodge. Even if she could dodge, Kong Chong and Wuxia couldn't. Green Lotus Sword Domain. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. From her body, cyan sword chi blossomed, transforming into numerous lotuses that surrounded the three of them. Bang! The silver beam of light slashed the green lotus, causing it to explode and explode. That ray of light didn't stop and bombarded Ouyang Qingxiang's body. Ouyang Qingxiang had already used a protective divine technique and was wearing a protective armor. However, when she was hit by this attack, her body was sent flying and she vomited blood. Saintus! Kong Chong and Wuxia were shocked and rushed towards Ouyang Qingxiang. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the Nine Heavens Kuan-Peng technique and seemed to transform into a huge Kuan-Peng. In a flash, the 100-meter-tall figure stood in front of Ouyang Qingxiang and the rest, looking ahead. At this moment, the silver ray of light finally revealed its true appearance. It was a silver planet devourer. It looked almost the same as the bronze planet devourer from before, except that it was silver in color. Silver-class planet devourer. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing a silver-class planet devourer would give him 5 points. The silver-class planet devourer stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Suddenly, its body twisted and turned into a silver ray of light, charging towards Lu Ming. "Ice chain out," Lu Ming whispered. 9 ice chains flew out and attacked the silver-class planet devourer. However, the silver-class planet devourer's speed was extremely shocking. It kept flashing in the air, dodging the ice chain's attack, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Void break, void break. Lu Ming's long spear burst out, instantly stabbing out more than a dozen times. This time, the silver planet devourer did not dodge. It waved its sharp claws and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power pass through his spear, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but retreat. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After the collision just now, Lu Ming was shocked to find that the power of this silver planet devourer was above his. He had transformed into an ancient god body, yet he was still being suppressed in terms of strength. Creak, creak! With a sharp cry, the devourer of the silver planet slashed its 2 sharp claws at Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming waved his long spear and fought with his opponent with all his strength. 9 ice chains were swung out continuously, but they were easily shattered by the opponent's sharp claws. However, Lu Ming had plenty of divine power. The ice chains were shattered, but they continued to condense. In this way, the cold air on the ice chains still had some effect on the devourer of the silver planet. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. Lu Ming performed the divine dragon aspect art, and a 9-clawed dragon rushed out with a roar. Lu Ming used all his means and finally stabilized the situation. "Lu Ming, let me help you." Ouyang Qingxiang stabilized her injuries, and her divine power surged. A huge green lotus appeared and pressed against the devourer of the silver planet. Endless sword chi continued to attack the devourer of the silver planet. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces and finally turned the tables. They finally began to gain the upper hand. Although the devourer of the silver planet was strong, it had to defend against Ouyang Qingxiang's attack and Lu Ming's attack at the same time. Moon slaying. Lu Ming waved his long spear and attacked the devourer of the silver planet. Bang! The devourer of the silver planet tried its best to resist, but it was blasted back a few thousand meters. Green Lotus Sword Realm. Ouyang Qingxiang pressed her hands together, and small green lotuses appeared around the devourer of the silver planet. Endless sword chi left wounds on the devourer of the silver planet. Besieged by Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, the devourer of the silver planet finally lost and was completely suppressed. After a few more exchanges, puff! Lu Ming's spear pierced through the devourer of the silver planet. Then, Ouyang Qingxiang slashed out with her sword and beheaded the devourer of the silver planet. Huff! Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang exhaled a breath of relief. They finally dealt with the devourer of the Silver Planet. The strength of the devourer of the Silver Planet was beyond their imagination. It was too strong. Lu Ming could barely contend against it alone, and he was no match for the devourer of the Silver Planet. Together with Ouyang Qingxiang, they fought fiercely for a long time before killing the devourer of the Silver Planet. Lu Ming's body shrank and returned to his normal form. He felt a sense of weakness, which was caused by the exhaustion of his physical strength. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula, and his divine power was endless. However, his physical strength was not divine power. Transforming into the ancient god form consumed a lot of physical strength. The longer he maintained it, the greater the consumption of his physical strength. Of course, as Lu Ming's divine body became stronger, his physical strength would also become stronger. Physical strength was related to the strength of the divine body, and it had nothing to do with divine power. Let's leave this place and find a place to rest, Lu Ming said. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others nodded. The few of them left the place in a flash, found a secluded place, and stopped. Ouyang Qingxiang was ambushed by the devourer of the Silver Planet and suffered serious injuries. Lu Ming also needed to recover his physical strength. They stayed here for 2 days. After 2 days, everyone had recovered to their peak state. Next, we still have to be careful. Don't release too many divine crystals or gems, lest we attract too many planet devourers, Lu Ming suggested. Last time, they only attracted a silver planet devourer, and they almost fell into danger. If a few more silver planet devourers came, they would be in danger. If a gold planet devourer came, it would be even more terrifying. The silver planet devourer was already so powerful. One could imagine how powerful the gold planet devourer was. I didn't expect the planet devourer to be so powerful. I wonder how the Supreme Saint and Fuko Seiko's battle results are. Kong Chong sighed, a little worried. The planet devourer was too powerful. He and Lu Jie came in and didn't help much. He felt a little guilty. Don't think too much. Let's go. Ouyang Qingxiang patted Kong Chong and Lu Jie's shoulders and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Lu Ming suddenly called out. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Ouyang Qingxiang asked in surprise. Be careful. There's something underground, Lu Ming said with a solemn expression. There's something underground? Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie's expressions changed as they focused their senses. Chapter 2867. Rumble. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others sensed for a while, and indeed heard a dull sound coming from underground. It seemed that something was moving underground and was coming towards them. Lu Ming and the other 3 circulated their divine powers one after another, setting up defenses on their bodies as they focused their senses. Rumble. The rumbling from underground became louder and louder. Above, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Bang! At this moment, the ground exploded, and a golden light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't have time to think. He waved his long spear and blocked in front of him. Clang! With a shocking sound, Lu Ming's body directly retreated and smashed through a mountain. Lu Ming! Saint! Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were shocked. Don't worry about me. Go to the sky. Lu Ming shouted and rushed out from the pile of rocks. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Ouyang Qingxiang and the others also rushed into the sky. Bang! The ground exploded, and a behemoth appeared on the ground. Planet Devourer. The difference was that this Planet Devourer was extremely burly and stood on the ground. It was 30 meters tall, and its whole body was golden. Planet Devourer of Gold. Lu Ming and the others trembled, especially Kong Chong and Lu Jie. Their faces were even paler. The Planet Devourer of Gold actually took the initiative to find them. No, this Planet Devourer is injured. Look, there's a wound on its abdomen, Lu Ming suddenly said. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others looked carefully and indeed saw wounds on the Planet Devourer. That seems to be a fist mark. What a terrifying strength. Who can leave a fist mark on the Planet Devourer of Gold? Kong Chong said with a pale face. It's the Supreme Divine Fist. It was done by the Supreme Saint. This planet devourer was probably injured by the Supreme Saint and escaped to our side. Ouyang Qingxiang said. An injured planet devourer of gold. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. No wonder he had taken the attack earlier. He felt that although the power of the golden planet devourer was strong, it was not too strong. After all, he had been caught off guard just now. Furthermore, he had blocked his opponent's attack in his normal state. Kill him, Lu Ming said coldly. All right. Ouyang Qingxiang was also a decisive person. She nodded. A gold planet devourer was worth 50 points. One would need to kill 50 bronze planet devourers or 10 silver planet devourers to get that many points. Since they had encountered an injured gold devourer, they could not miss it. However, it was clear that they wanted to kill the golden planet devourer, and the golden planet devourer wanted to kill them. Squeak, squeak, the golden planet devourer let out a sharp cry. It stomped on the ground, causing the ground to explode. The golden planet devourer transformed into several golden battle blades that soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as his body began to rapidly expand. He transformed into a 100-meter-tall ancient god and charged towards the golden planet devourer with his spear. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang also made her move. A sword chi as thick as a mountain slashed towards the golden planet devourer. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two sides collided and exploded with a violent explosion. Powerful chi spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's bodies shook as they floated back. However, the golden planet devourer's body also floated back tens of thousands of meters. This move was evenly matched, but Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's faces revealed joy. This golden planet devourer was indeed injured, which seriously affected its combat strength. They could still contend against it. Green Lotus Sword Song. Sword shakes the world. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted as her entire body was shrouded in green sword light. A huge green lotus appeared under her feet. The petals rotated and wrapped Ouyang Qingxiang inside. Ouyang Qingxiang's entire body seemed to have turned into a green sword chi that descended from the sky and slashed towards the golden planet devourer. Ice Shackles, Divine Dragon Aspect, World Extinguishing 3 strikes. In an instant, Lu Ming used various divine skills and secret skills. All kinds of attacks rushed towards the golden planet devourer at the same time. Zhi, the golden planet devourer screamed. Its 2 front claws were like 2 golden blades. When it slashed out, 2 golden rays burst out. Boom! Boom! The attacks of both sides dissipated at the same time, but there was no pause. Both sides burst out with another round of attacks. In this kind of battle, Kong Chong and Lu Jie couldn't intervene at all. They could only wait at the side. They only saw 3 figures constantly flickering in the air, constantly colliding, triggering a terrifying wave of energy. Every time they collided, there would be a circle of energy ripples that spread in all directions. The 2 of them could only retreat again and again. Both sides fought to the death, fighting fiercely. Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Lu Ming roared, feeling the blood in his body boil. Waves of dragon roars came from his body. Roar! Roar! 2 consecutive dragon roars came out, and 2 9-claw dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's Divine Dragon Aspect Art had a breakthrough at the critical moment, condensing 2 Divine Dragon Aspects in one go. The 2 9-clawed dragon aspects roared and rushed towards the golden planet devourer from 2 directions. From the start of the battle until now, both sides had exchanged close to 100 moves. The golden planet devourer was injured, and its combat power had weakened a lot. In addition, its injuries had flared up during the fierce battle. It was gradually losing to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Saintess Qingxiang, trap it for a while. I will attack its injuries. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Qingxiang. Leave it to me. Ouyang Qingxiang replied. Green Lotus Sword Realm. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. The battle sword in her hand danced in a mysterious posture. Endless green lotus sword chi burst out, forming a green lotus sword realm that pressed down on the golden planet devourer. The green lotus sword realm formed by endless sword chi. Although its attack power wasn't strong, its ability to trap the enemy wasn't weak. The golden planet devourer was suppressed by the green lotus sword realm. Although it waved its two front claws to break the green lotus sword realm, its movements were still stiff because of the endless sword chi. This was the opportunity that Lu Ming wanted. World-ending 3 strikes, sky-piercing. As one with the spear, Lu Ming turned into a dazzling spear light, piercing through the void and piercing towards the golden planet devourer. Moreover, Lu Ming's target was the fist mark on the golden planet devourer's chest. The golden planet devourer's body was covered with a layer of carapace. It was very hard to break. However, the carapace on its abdomen was the thinnest, and there were a few fist marks on it. This was its weakness. Lu Ming's spear accurately pierced one of the fist marks on the golden planet devourer's abdomen. "Break for me!" Lu Ming roared, and his divine power erupted crazily. Pucci! The spear finally pierced through the golden planet devourer's carapace. Chapter 2868. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the shell of the golden planet devourer. Powerful divine force rushed out and exploded inside the body of the golden planet devourer. Squeak! The golden planet devourer let out an ear-piercing scream as it waved its 2 front claws crazily and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't have time to pull out his spear and quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of the golden planet devourer. Boom! Boom! The golden planet devourer went completely crazy. Its front claws slashed crazily, instantly destroying the green lotus or domain. Then, it turned into a golden stream of light and fled into the distance. This beast, what a strong vitality! Lu Ming was also shocked. Just now, his spear pierced through the opponent's body. Divine force erupted from the opponent's body, but it didn't kill it. Lu Ming, do we chase? Ouyang Xianxia asked. Chase. Of course, let's go. Lu Ming said, and chased in the direction of the golden planet devourer. The golden planet devourer was worth 50 points. Now that the opponent was seriously injured, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they miss it? If the golden planet devourer was in perfect condition, it would definitely be difficult to kill it. Let's go. Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, Lu Jie, and the others also chased after Lu Ming. The two sides flew hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Garuda technique, and his speed was extremely fast. He slowly closed the distance between him and the golden planet devourer. But at this moment, the golden planet devourer rushed into a cave on the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming's face changed and rushed into the cave. But the next moment, Lu Ming had to stop, because the cave was densely packed and crisscrossed like a maze. The golden planet devourer had disappeared without a trace. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. The opponent actually escaped and missed out on 50 points. Lu Ming flew out of the cave. Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie chased after him. Lu Ming, how is it? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. There are passageways under this cave. The golden planet devourer disappeared after entering the cave. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. It can't escape. Lu Jie suddenly spoke. Yes, I was born with a starry sky seal. Its greatest function is to track. When you were fighting, I secretly attached a starry sky seal to the golden planet devourer. I can track its whereabouts with the starry sky seal. Lu Jie said confidently. For real. Lu Ming was delighted. It's true. Lu Jie has indeed mastered the starry sky seal. Ouyang Qingxiang said. All right, then let's track him immediately. He won't be easy to deal with once he recovers from his injuries. Lu Ming said. Lu Jie nodded and began to perform the seal technique. Starlight constantly shone on her body, forming a mysterious rune. This was something that Lu Jie had since she was born. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. There were indeed all kinds of people in the primitive universe. It's here, let's go. After a while, Wuxia spoke and flew in a direction. Everyone followed Wuxia. They had been tracking for more than half a day before finally stopping above a dark crack. I can feel that the Golden Planet Devourer is under this crack, Wuxia said. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the rest looked at the crack. The crack wasn't wide and dark. They couldn't see what was below, but it could be seen that this crack was very deep. Why do I vaguely feel a sense of crisis? Ouyang Qingxiang frowned. I have the same feeling. I'm afraid there are other planet devourers below. Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. Unknowingly, Ouyang Qingxiang had paid more attention to Lu Ming's opinion. How about this? The two of us will go down. Kong Chong and Lu Jie will stay above. Lu Ming said. He and Ouyang Qingxiang were powerful and had many trump cards. If they encountered any situation, they could save their lives. If Kong Chong and Lu Jie went down, it would be dangerous. How can the two of us stay above alone? We have to go down together. That's right. Kong Chong and Lu Jie spoke, showing their loyalty to Ouyang Qingxiang. No need, you two stay above. Ouyang Qingxiang waved her hand, leaving no room for doubt. Kong Chong and Lu Jie could only nod in agreement. However, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang couldn't go down immediately. Because Lu Ming had transformed into the ancient god body, his stamina was severely exhausted and hadn't recovered yet. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air and took out a few divine pills to swallow. This kind of divine pill could restore stamina very quickly. If Lu Ming recovered normally, it would take 2 days for his stamina to return to his peak. But with this kind of divine pill, Lu Ming recovered to his peak in just 2 hours. Let's go. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang stepped out and floated down the crack. The two of them didn't dare to be careless and activated their defensive divine skills to cover their bodies. Lu Ming activated the 9-layered scarlet gold armor, and a scarlet gold battle armor covered his body. As for Ouyang Qingxiang, a green lotus covered her body. The fissure was very deep. The two of them kept going down, and the deeper they went, the bigger and wider the space below became. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the walls on both sides of the crack. Careful, Lu Ming warned. Before Lu Ming's voice faded, the wall on one side suddenly exploded, and a silver light slashed toward Lu Ming. Silver Planet Devourer. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and his spear stabbed out. The spear from before was lost on the Gold Planet Devourer. However, Lu Ming had more than one spear on him. Before this, Lu Ming had already bought several spears, and they were all high-grade divine artifacts that were specially used by heavenly gods. Clang! The spear collided with the Silver Planet Devourer, and a violent explosion erupted. Both of them quickly retreated. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang seized the opportunity and charged over. Her sword Qi covered the Silver Planet Devourer. At the same time, Lu Ming performed the Divine Dragon Aspect Art, and 2 9-claw dragons pounced on the Silver Planet Devourer. At the same time, Lu Ming performed the Armageddon 3 strikes and attacked the Silver Planet Devourer. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces, and Lu Ming's strength had increased a little, and they soon began to suppress the Silver Planet Devourer. Seeing that they were about to join forces to kill the Silver Planet Devourer, another sharp cry came from not far away. Then, another silver light flashed, and another Silver Planet Devourer charged toward them. Not good. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's face sank. There were actually 2 Silver Planet Devourers here. The two of them could deal with 1 Silver Planet Devourer, but it would be difficult to deal with 2. Chapter 2869. The Planet Devourer at the back pounced on Ouyang Qingxiang, while the Silver Planet Devourer at the front attacked Lu Ming with all its might. Lu Ming attacked with all his might, but he could only fight to a draw with the Silver Planet Devourer. However, Ouyang Qingxiang was no match for it. She was completely suppressed by the Planet Devourer at the back and was in a precarious situation. Whoosh! In a moment of carelessness, Ouyang Qingxiang was struck by the sharp claws of the Silver Planet Devourer. It directly tore through her protective green lotus and nearly sliced her in half. Although Ouyang Qingxiang successfully dodged it, a bloody wound still appeared on her body and blood flowed out. Not good. Lu Ming frowned. But now, he was entangled by a Silver Planet Devourer and could only protect himself. It was almost impossible for him to rescue her. Ouyang Qingxiang was injured, and the situation was even more dangerous. She was forced to retreat again and again by the Northern Silver Planet Devourer. Green Lotus recovery. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes revealed a decisive look. She shouted, and her body emitted a dazzling light. Endless sword qi gathered into a huge green lotus and enveloped Ouyang Qingxiang. Clang! Clang! The Silver Planet Devourer's sharp claws continuously slashed on the green lotus. The green lotus kept shaking and sparks flew, but it was still blocked. However, the Silver Planet Devourer attacked crazily. Its two sharp claws were like lightning, slashing out hundreds of attacks in an instant. The green lotus around Ouyang Qingxiang's body shook more and more violently. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What should I do? Lu Ming was thinking of countermeasures while fighting the Silver Planet Devourer. Ouyang Qingxiang definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Now, there was only one way in front of Lu Ming, and that was to ignite the ancient god's heart. If he ignited the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming's strength would definitely skyrocket, but the consequences were also very serious. After the ancient god's heart was ignited, it would turn into nothingness. It was even hard to say if Lu Ming could still transform into the ancient god's body in the future. It was very likely that after the ancient god's heart was ignited, he wouldn't be able to transform into the ancient god's body in the future. That would be a great loss to Lu Ming. However, if she didn't ignite the ancient god's heart, Ouyang Qingxiang would very likely die here. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. Bang! Bang! The Silver Planet Devourer's attacks rained down on Ouyang Qingxiang's green lotus, causing it to vibrate more and more violently. Gotcha! Finally, a crack appeared on the green lotus, and the number of cracks increased rapidly. I don't care. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Under such circumstances, he couldn't just leave them to die. Lu Ming decided to start burning his ancient god heart. But right at this moment, the green lotus around Ouyang Qingxiang exploded. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth. Without a doubt, this aura belonged to Ouyang Qingxiang. However, it was much stronger than before. This is the 5th level of the Celestial God Realm. Lu Ming was stunned. At the critical moment, Ouyang Qingxiang actually breaking through to the 5th level of the Celestial Deity Realm in one go. In the Celestial Deity Realm, the gap between each level was huge. With each breakthrough, one's battle prowess would increase by a large margin. Not to mention a genius like Ouyang Qingxiang. With a breakthrough in her cultivation, the power of her secret arts and divine skills would also skyrocket. Swoosh! A green sword qi bloomed from Ouyang Qingxiang's hand and slashed at the Silver Planet Devourer. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The Silver Planet Devourer was sent flying by Ouyang Qingxiang, crashing into a wall. Green Lotus Sword Song Kill! Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Dazzling sword lights burst out and slashed at the Silver Planet Devourer. When she was a level 4 celestial god, Ouyang Qingxiang's strength wasn't as strong as the Silver Planet Devourer. However, after her breakthrough, her strength was completely above the Silver Planet Devourer, and even above Lu Ming. Rays of sword light enveloped the Silver Planet Devourer. The situation was completely different from before. Previously, Ouyang Qingxiang was suppressed by the Silver Planet Devourer, but now, Ouyang Qingxiang was completely suppressing the Silver Planet Devourer. Clang! Clang! The sword light clashed with the Silver Planet Devourer. After dozens of clashes, Ouyang Qingxiang seized the opportunity and slashed open the Silver Planet Devourer's abdomen, severely injuring it. Then, a ray of sword light swept out and killed the Silver Planet Devourer. After killing the Silver Planet Devourer, Ouyang Qingxiang rushed toward Lu Ming and the Silver Planet Devourer that was fighting with Lu Ming. With the two of them working together, they naturally crushed a Planet Devourer. After a few moves, they killed the Planet Devourer. Then, they kept the heads of the two Silver Planet Devourers. Saintess Qingxiang, you're amazing. You broke through at the critical moment. Lu Ming smiled. I was lucky this time. Just now, I had no choice but to risk my life. I didn't expect to succeed. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled. With Ouyang Qingxiang's breakthrough, they were more confident. As long as they didn't encounter too many Silver Planet Devourers at once, they had nothing to fear. Therefore, they slowly descended. Next, they didn't encounter any Planet Devourers. It seemed that the two Silver Planet Devourers from before were all the Planet Devourers. Not long after, the two finally arrived at the bottom of the crevice. Below the crevice was a huge underground space. It was very spacious, and there were passages that led in all directions. On one side of the space, they saw the Golden Planet Devourer. It was the one that was injured by them before. At this moment, the spear that Lu Ming stabbed into the Golden Planet Devourer had been pulled out by him and thrown aside. Its wound had stopped bleeding, but its breath was still very weak. Lu Ming's divine power exploded in its body, blowing up the internal organs of the Golden Planet Devourer. If it wasn't for its strong vitality, it would have died. Squeak! Seeing Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, the Golden Planet Devourer let out a sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with resentment and cold, killing intent. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang slowly approached the Golden Planet Devourer, preparing to launch a fatal attack. Squeak! At this moment, a sharp cry could be heard from a passageway on the side. Afterward, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang saw a huge Planet Devourer crawling out. This Planet Devourer's body was also golden. It was another Gold Planet Devourer. Moreover, this one seemed to be in its peak state and wasn't injured. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's expressions changed drastically. Even if Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces, they might not be a match for a Gold Planet Devourer in its peak state. Not good, let's retreat. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Qingxiang. The two of them soared into the sky, intending to leave this place. Chapter 2870. But at this moment, a golden light flashed from another direction. Then, a behemoth appeared above Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's heads. Several golden lights slashed towards Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Not good. At the critical moment, the two of them unleashed their respective attacks to defend themselves. However, the attacks that were aimed at them were too strong. Their bodies shook violently as they were blasted to the ground. They landed heavily on the ground, creating two large craters. The two of them felt numb all over, and the blood in their body was in turmoil. They almost vomited blood. The third Golden Planet Devourer, Ouyang Qingxiang said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. The one that attacked them just now was another Golden Planet Devourer. There were actually 3 Golden Planet Devourers here. The Golden Planet Devourer that appeared behind them was suspended in the air, blocking their escape route. The second Golden Planet Devourer slowly walked towards the two of them. Squeak! Just as Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang were thinking of a way to escape, a sharp sound came from several other directions. Then, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang saw golden figures crawling out from caves one after another. Golden Planet Devourers. They were all Golden Planet Devourers. Lu Ming glanced over and saw a total of 10 of them. Including the one that was injured by them previously, there were 11 of them. Their hearts continued to sink. There were actually 11 Golden Planet Devourers here. The two of them couldn't even defeat one Golden Planet Devourer, let alone 11 Golden Planet Devourers. It's over, it's over. Lu Ming, I've implicated you this time. Ouyang Qingxiang's face turned pale. Facing 11 Golden Planet Devourers, no matter how strong they are, they would die without a doubt. We might still have a chance to fight. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold light. Fight! There's no other way. We can only fight. It seems that burning the ancient god's heart today is a must. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, when he was dealing with the 2 silver planet devourers, Lu Ming had planned to burn his ancient god heart. However, after Ouyang Qingxiang's breakthrough, he naturally didn't need to burn it. Originally, he thought that there was no need to burn the ancient god's heart, but he never expected that there would be 11 gold-rank planet devourers here. This was simply the lair of a gold-rank planet devourer. Lu Ming, do you have a way? Ouyang Qingxiang was bewildered. She couldn't think of any way to deal with 11 gold-rank planet devourers at the same time. Stand behind me, Lu Ming said. Ouyang Qingxiang trusted Lu Ming very much. Her figure flickered, appearing behind Lu Ming. At this moment, they were surrounded by 11 gold-level planet devourers. Squeak, squeak, the 11 gold-rank planet devourers screamed, emitting cold, killing intent. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, except for the injured planet devourer, the other 10 planet devourers rushed towards Lu Ming at the same time. Come, ancient god's heart, burn! Lu Ming roared, and the ancient god's heart instantly burned. When the ancient god's heart burned, a majestic energy rushed out and poured into every part of Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's ancient god body rapidly became stronger. Roar! Lu Ming let out a fierce roar, as if the ancient god had come back to life. Buzz! Lu Ming shook his spear and stabbed out more than a dozen times in an instant. More than a dozen spear lights burst forth with astonishing power, stabbing towards the 10 gold-rank planet devourers. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 10 gold-rank planet devourers were sent flying by Lu Ming like cannonballs. They crashed into the surrounding walls, causing the entire underground space to shake violently. This, Ouyang Qingxiang was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large margin in an instant. He actually sent 10 gold-rank planet devourers flying with his own strength. This battle prowess was already far above that of the Paragon Saint. As for Lu Ming, his cultivation was only at the true god realm. Ouyang Qingxiang's heart was in turmoil. The 10 gold-rank planet devourers let out sharp cries and rushed out of the rubble, charging towards Lu Ming. Besides, the gold-level planet devourer that was injured previously also charged toward Lu Ming. As for Ouyang Qingxiang, she was completely ignored by the gold-rank planet devourers. In their hearts, Lu Ming was the biggest threat. As long as they got rid of Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang could be killed at any time. Die! At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with a tyrannical aura. There was only one word in his heart, and that was fight. Fight! 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 Lu Ming waved his spear and ruthlessly stabbed at the abdomen of a gold-rank planet devourer, ignoring the other planet devourers. Pooh! Lu Ming's spear directly pierced through a gold-rank planet devourer, nailing it to the ground. At the same time, the other gold-rank planet devourer's attacks had already landed on Lu Ming's body. Be careful, Ouyang Qingxiang exclaimed. Clang! 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 The claws of the other gold-rank planet devourers slashed on Lu Ming's body. However, those extremely sharp claws did not manage to cut through Lu Ming's body. The green scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body became extremely hard. The sharp claws of the gold-level planet devourer slashed on the scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body, producing clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, leaving shallow white marks on the scales. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and stabbed another gold-rank planet devourer with his spear. His other hand reached out and grabbed another gold-rank planet devourer. With a squeeze, the gold-rank planet devourer exploded. Under the state of burning the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming was too strong. He completely crushed the 11 gold-rank planet devourers. Next, Lu Ming unleashed his lightning-fast attacks and started a massacre. One after another, the gold-rank planet devourers were killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, the 11 gold-rank planet devourers were lying everywhere. They were all killed. Ouyang Qingxiang was dumbfounded. She was completely dumbfounded. Huff! Huff! At this moment, Lu Ming was gasping for breath. His body began to shrink rapidly, returning to the size of an ordinary person. He felt a wave of weakness, as if he was about to faint. The ancient god's heart is about to be extinguished. Lu Ming sensed the ancient god's heart and discovered that it was deathly still. It no longer had the vigorous vitality from before. He was afraid that he could not even use the ancient god body anymore. Fortunately, the 11 gold-rank planet devourers have all been killed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. As long as he could preserve his life, temporary losses were nothing. Lu Ming, are you all right? Ouyang Qingxiang finally reacted and quickly ran towards Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, good, very good. You actually killed more than 10 of my good-for-nothing subordinates. Very good. At this moment, a sharp laughter rang out. Chapter 2871. Just as Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang heaved a sigh of relief, a sharp laughter rang out. Their expressions changed drastically. Who's there? Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. This voice sounded very unfamiliar to her. It wasn't Fuko Seiko and the others, nor was it the Paragon Saint or his people. Kacha-Kachu's voice came from one of the caves. Following that, a huge figure crawled out from one of the caves. This huge figure was undoubtedly a planet devourer. Moreover, it was golden in color. Another gold-rank planet devourer. Moreover, this gold-rank planet devourer was vastly different from the gold-rank planet devourers that had appeared before. This gold-rank planet devourer actually had 3 heads and 6 incomparably sharp front claws. It looked very terrifying. Not good. It's a mutated gold-rank planet devourer. Its strength is several times stronger than an ordinary gold-rank planet devourer. In his sea of consciousness, the bone demon shouted. Lu Ming's heart sank. This was actually a mutated gold-rank planet devourer. It was several times stronger than an ordinary gold-rank planet devourer. How is he going to fight it? With Lu Ming's current state, let alone a gold-rank planet devourer, even if it was a silver-rank planet devourer, Lu Ming wouldn't be a match for it. Moreover, this planet devourer actually knew how to speak. The previous planet devourers didn't know how to speak. Human brat, you're really powerful. You have so many trump cards on you. Fortunately, I was smart enough to let those idiots come out first. Now what are you going to use to fight me? Go to hell. The mutated gold-rank planet devourer screamed. It waved its sharp claws and slashed out. A golden ray of light slashed towards Lu Ming. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. She stood in front of Lu Ming and used all her strength to perform the Green Lotus Sword Song. A huge sword chi slashed forward. Given Ouyang Qingxiang's current cultivation of the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm, if she were to unleash her full power, the power would be shocking. However, when her sword light collided with the Devourer's light, her sword light was instantly shattered. Ouyang Qingxiang groaned as her body was sent flying far away, crashing into the wall. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her armor was cut open, revealing a deep wound that exposed her bones. In one move, Ouyang Qingxiang was heavily injured, unable to continue fighting. You want to stop me with this kind of strength? You're courting death. The mutant gold planet devourer let out a shrill laugh as it stared coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, your cultivation is very low, but your strength is so strong. You must have some secret. I can feel that your flesh is full of energy. It must be very delicious. As long as I eat you, my strength will definitely skyrocket. The mutant gold-rank planet devourer extended its scarlet tongue and sneered as it walked towards Lu Ming unhurriedly. Senior Bone Devil, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked Bone Devil for help. Brat, don't count on me. In my current state, I can't defeat this mutant gold-rank planet devourer. Your only hope now is that purple copper coffin. Bone Devil said. That purple copper coffin? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. That purple copper coffin is as heavy as a mountain. If we use it for a sneak attack, we might be able to injure it. You guys can take the opportunity to escape. Bone Devil said. All right then. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way now. With a thought, Lu Ming's glabella lit up. The painting flew out and flew towards the mutant gold rank planet Devourer's head. A lousy painting. Break for me. The mutant gold rank planet Devourer let out a shrill laugh as its sharp claws slashed at the painting, wanting to tear it apart. Smash it! Lu Ming roared as he controlled the painting. The painting trembled, and a purple copper coffin fell from the painting, heavily smashing towards the mutant gold rank planet Devourer. Come! 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 The mutant gold rank planet Devourer's sharp claws kept slashing at the purple copper coffin, producing clanging sounds. However, it couldn't slow down the speed of the purple copper coffin at all. Pum! The purple copper coffin was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on a mutant gold rank planet Devourer's body, almost smashing one of its heads. The mutant gold rank planet Devourer was pressed to the ground. Its 6 claws were kicking wildly as it struggled madly. It's really useful. Lu Ming was delighted. He didn't expect the purple copper coffin to be so heavy that it could press the mutant gold rank planet Devourer down. Good chance. How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? He immediately mustered up his remaining strength and charged towards the mutant gold rank planet Devourer with his spear. Xiao! Lu Ming stabbed his spear at the mutant gold rank planet Devourer's neck. However, the mutant gold rank planet Devourer tilted its head. Lu Ming didn't manage to pierce its neck. Instead, he stabbed the carapace on its head. Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming didn't manage to pierce through its defense. Lu Ming wasn't in his ancient god body state now. The difference in strength was too great. As long as he didn't hit the mutant gold rank planet Devourer's vital points, he wouldn't even be able to break its defense. Trying to dodge? Let's see how you're going to dodge. Lu Ming kept stabbing his spear, aiming at the mutant gold rank planet Devourer's eyes, neck, and other soft vital points. Trying to kill me? Don't even think about it. Die! Die! The mutant gold rank planet Devourer roared crazily. Its 3 heads twisted crazily, and its 6 claws scratched wildly. A few of its claws grabbed the purple copper coffin, trying to push it away. Kacha! Suddenly, a kacha sound came from the purple copper coffin. This was because the mutant gold rank planet Devourer's claws had grabbed the lid of the purple copper coffin. Just now, the lid had been pushed a little. Kacha! Then, the lid was pushed a little more. A gap between the lid and the coffin body was pushed open. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the gap of the purple copper coffin. This roar was earth-shattering. It shook Lu Ming's eardrums and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, a terrifying aura spread out from the purple copper coffin, enveloping Lu Ming and the mutant gold rank planet Devourer. Roar! Roar! In the purple copper coffin, the roaring sound was even more terrifying. An extremely terrifying force suppressed Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't move at all. It was as if he was being controlled. Even his senses were being controlled. His eyes fell into darkness. But the next moment, his eyes lit up again. Then, he found that he had come to a part of the universe. In the starry sky, there was a giant. Its fist was bigger than a planet. An ancient god. Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. This was obviously an ancient god. The ancient god roared and punched out. In the starry sky, planets exploded one after another. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 2872. But the next moment, the scene changed again. Lu Ming came to the other side of the boundless starry sky. In this starry sky, he saw a group of ancient gods. Yes, not one, but a group of them. This group of ancient gods, each of their bodies was incomparably huge. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying and boundless aura. Under such pressure, the entire universe trembled and shook. These ancient gods seemed to be fighting with something. It was simply destructive. The starry sky of the universe collapsed and exploded one after another. Lu Ming even saw galaxies exploding and collapsing. This kind of scene was truly horrifying. But the next moment, the scene changed again. Lu Ming saw a purple copper coffin floating in the starry sky. It kept floating and floating. He did not know where it was going. Lu Ming had also been drifting in the starry sky. After an unknown period of time, he felt sleepy and slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up again. What greeted his eyes was an underground cave. Lu Ming, are you okay? A clear voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Ouyang Qingxiang's concerned eyes. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and then looked around. He was still in the underground cave. However, the golden variant planet Devourer from before was already dead. Its body was shriveled, and the light on its golden armor was extremely dim. There was no sign of life. It was as if all its essence had been sucked away. The purple copper coffin was still suppressing the golden variant planet Devourer. However, the gap in the coffin lid that was originally open was completely closed. There was no gap. What did I see just now? Is it the phenomenon in the purple copper coffin? Also, why is the golden variant planet Devourer dead, but Ouyang Qingxiang, am fine? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he had many questions. It's dangerous, kid. It's really dangerous this time. I'm doomed because of you. Bone Demon's voice came out from his sea of consciousness. Using his inner senses, Lu Ming discovered that the Bone Demon was lying on the painting. Its bones, which were originally shiny, were now dim and listless. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked. It's all because I helped you close that purple gold coffin. Bone shouted. Purple copper coffin? Senior, what exactly is in that purple copper coffin? Did the mutant golden planet Devourer die because of the purple gold coffin? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. That's right. The mutated golden planet Devourer died because of the purple copper coffin. As for what's inside the purple copper coffin, I don't know either. Perhaps there's the corpse of an unparalleled expert buried inside. Or perhaps there's a world or a piece of history buried inside. Bone Demon murmured, his eyes flashing with a solemn light. Burying a world and a piece of history? Lu Ming was puzzled. Burying an expert was understandable, but burying a world and a piece of history? What's going on? I'm guessing that the origin of the purple copper coffin is shocking. I don't know what's inside, but it's very dangerous. No, it's extremely dangerous. Fortunately, it was only a small crack this time, so I was able to close it. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? It would have been extremely terrifying. Both you and I would have died. Kid, in the future, don't try to open this purple copper coffin. Bone Demon warned seriously. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, I've suffered a great loss this time in order to close the purple copper coffin. You, on the other hand, have gained a great advantage. Bone Demon said in a very unhappy tone. I've gained a great advantage? Lu Ming was puzzled, but the next moment he was stunned, because he found that his body was filled with strength. His ancient god heart was beating vigorously, and his blood was surging to the extreme. Previously, when he burned the ancient god heart, the energy of the ancient god heart was almost depleted. But now, it had recovered and was even stronger than before. Lu Ming had a feeling that his ancient god body had broken through. If he transformed into the ancient god body now, it might not be just a green-armored ancient god, but a level 5 green-armored ancient god body. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart pounded. He wanted to give it a try. After greeting Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming's mind stirred. His body continued to grow, and eventually, he transformed into an ancient god that was 200 meters tall. The scales on his body were no longer green, but cyan. It was really a green-armored ancient god. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with endless strength. He was many times stronger than before. My cultivation has also broken through to the peak of LV9 True God Realm. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation had also broken through. Not only had he reached the 9th level True God Realm, but he had also reached the peak of the 9th level True God Realm. He was not far from the Celestial God Realm. What's going on? Could it be related to the vision I saw before? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. What he saw just now was all about ancient gods. An ancient god destroyed one planet after another with a punch and crossed the starry sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. In another scene, a group of ancient gods fought with the enemy. The scene was even more shocking. The universe and starry sky were shattered, and the entire galaxy collapsed. All of this must be related to the purple copper coffin. A blessing in disguise. It was really a blessing in disguise. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Previously, he burned the ancient god's heart and fought fiercely with the devourer of the golden planet. The energy of the ancient god's heart was almost exhausted. Lu Ming thought that he would not be able to use the ancient god body in the future. He did not expect that not only could the ancient god body be used, but it had also evolved into a green-armored ancient god. Even his cultivation had broken through, which saved him a lot of time. Bone Demon was right. Lu Ming had really picked up a great bargain. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a little sorry for Bone Demon. After calming himself down, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. At the side, Ouyang Qingxiang was dumbfounded. Only after a while did she regain her senses. "Miss Ouyang, let's pack up and go out," Lu Ming said to Ouyang Qingxiang. "And okay. Ouyang Qingxiang nodded repeatedly. This time, it was really a big harvest. Previously, Lu Ming killed 11 Golden Planet Devourers, but the mutated Golden Planet Devourers did not give any specific points. So, Lu Ming and the others just treated them as ordinary Golden Planet Devourers. However, the mutated Golden Planet Devourers had 3 heads. That was equivalent to 3 Golden Planet Devourers. In total, there were 14 Golden Planet Devourers. This was an amazing harvest. Needless to say, they definitely had the most points in this competition. They did not believe that the Supreme Prince and Fuko Seiko had so many points. Chapter 2873. The two of them flew out of the underground crack and met up with Kong Chong and Lu Jia. When Kong Chong and Lu Jia found out that Lu Ming and the rest had killed 14 gold-grade planet devourers, they were stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Now, there was still a long time before the 3-month deadline. They didn't go out and kill more planet devourers while they were at it. In the following days, they didn't encounter any gold-grade planet devourers, but they did encounter some silver-grade and bronze-grade planet devourers. Now, Ouyang Qingxiang's cultivation had broken through, and Lu Ming's combat power had skyrocketed. It was easier for them to kill planet devourers. With Lu Ming's current combat power, even if he faced a silver-grade planet devourer alone, he could easily kill it. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the rest returned to the passageway they came in. When the 3-month deadline was up, they flew into the vortex and returned to the Kongxian School's competition venue. Kongxian School was still crowded with people. 3 months was just a blink of an eye for them. They just had to wait for a while. "Look, they're out." Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, everyone saw silhouettes appearing from the teleportation array in the sky. The Paragon Saint, Fuko Seiko, Lu Ming, and the rest appeared almost at the same time and looked at each other. 4 people from each side went in, and 4 people came out. There was no loss. "Hee, how many planet devourers did you kill?" "Let me see." The Paragon Saint glanced at Fuko Seiko, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the rest, and said coldly, "You'll know in a while." Fuko Seiko snorted. Ouyang Qingxiang's face was calm, and she didn't say anything. However, Kong Chong and Lu Jia's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation and excitement. They were looking forward to seeing the Paragon Saint's expression when he saw their harvest. Around them, others were also guessing. "I wonder which side will have a bigger harvest this time." That goes without saying. It must be the Paragon Saint. With his battle prowess, he can definitely kill many planet devourers. That's right. I still stand by my original judgment. The Holy Sun is first. Fuko Seiko's side is second. As for Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming's side is definitely the weakest. Some people were very firm. They still believe that Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming's side were the weakest. All right now, take out the planet devourers you have hunted. Bronze-level planet devourers are worth 1 point, silver-level planet devourers are worth 5 points, and gold-level planet devourers are worth 50 points. One of the Grand Elders of the Senate stepped forward and announced loudly, "Floating Light, Didn't you want to let me know how many planet devourers you have killed? Take it out for me to see. The Paragon Saint looked at Fuko Seiko and the rest again. In the Paragon Saint's heart, his biggest competitor in this round was still Fuko Seiko's side. After all, Fuko Seiko's side was made up of 4 saints and saintesses. As long as he knew the harvest of Fuko Seiko's side, he would be confident. Fuko Seiko snorted and stepped forward. Then, with a wave of her hand, the heads of the planet devourers flew out and floated in the air. Some were silver and some were bronze. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw the number. There were 12 heads of silver-level planet devourers and 52 heads of bronze-level planet devourers. There were a total of 64 heads. Lu Ming was not too surprised by this number. Now, Fuko Seiko's cultivation was also at the 5th-level heavenly god realm. Her battle prowess was definitely not weaker than Ouyang Qingxiang's. With the cooperation of the other 3 saints and saintesses, killing silver-level planet devourers was definitely not a problem. In 3 months, if they cooperated well, it was normal for them to kill 12 planet devourers. The Paragon Saint glanced at them, and a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. 12 silver-level planet devourers, a total of 60 points. 52 bronze-level planet devourers, 52 points. A total of 112 points. The Paragon Saint announced. The crowd did not speak. Most of them had no idea about the strength of the planet devourers. Therefore, they did not have much idea about 112 points. They still needed to know the points of the others and compare them to come to a conclusion. Haha, only 112 points. You want to compete with me? The Paragon Saint chuckled and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, the heads of the planet devourers flew out one by one. There were silver-level and bronze-level planet devourers. There were 18 heads of silver-level planet devourers and 80 heads of bronze-level planet devourers. Seeing this number, Fuko Seiko's face darkened. The Paragon Saint looked at Fuko Seiko proudly, then looked at Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. He chuckled and said, "Do you think this is all I got? Then you guys better watch carefully." With that, the Paragon Saint waved his hand again, and another head of a planet devourer flew out. This was the head of a planet devourer. It was golden in color. The head of a gold-level planet devourer. Seeing this head, the floating light Holy Sun, Xianxia Holy Sun, the blazing sky Holy Sun, and the snow sandal Holy Sun turned pale. Even Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' faces darkened. The Paragon Saint and the others could actually kill a gold-level planet devourer. Their strength was really shocking. A smile appeared on the Paragon Saint's face. He announced loudly, "The Paragon Saint team has killed a gold-level planet devourer, 18 silver-level planet devourers, and 80 bronze-level planet devourers. They have obtained a total of 220 points." Fuko Seiko's face darkened even more. The points they obtained were only about half of what the Paragon Saint had. The difference was too big. The crowd started to discuss again. The Paragon Saint is indeed the Paragon Saint. He actually obtained 220 points. The number of points he obtained is almost double of what Fuko Seiko had. Fuko Seiko's team has 4 saints and saintesses working together. If they were separated, wouldn't it be worse? The difference is too big. The difference is indeed shocking. Among all the saints and saintesses, the Paragon Saint stands out. I have long known that the Paragon Saint is invincible. And the points of Saintess Qingxiang and Lu Ming haven't been calculated yet. Needless to say, Saintess Qingxiang and Lu Ming's team definitely has the least number of points. I dare to bet that their points won't exceed 100 points. In the midst of the discussion, the Paragon Saint turned his gaze to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang again. "The 2 of you, where are your gains? Show them to me," the Paragon Saint said with a relaxed face. He also felt that Lu Ming and the others' gains would definitely not exceed Fuko Seiko's. Chapter 2874. Since you want to take a look, then take a good look. Ouyang Qingxiang spoke calmly and stepped into the air. Lu Ming didn't move. After all, he was here to help Ouyang Qingxiang. Therefore, he handed all the heads of the planet devourers to Ouyang Qingxiang. Not far from his supremacy, Ouyang Qingxiang's storage ring lit up, and the heads of the planet devourers flew out one by one. The heads that Ouyang Qingxiang took out were all bronze-grade planet devourers, and there were a total of 101 of them. So many, everyone's heart skipped a beat. 101 bronze-ranked heads meant 101 points. 101 points. All right, didn't you say that Lu Ming and the rest would never surpass 100 points? Someone asked, looking at the person who said that Lu Ming and the rest would never surpass 100 points. That person's face immediately turned red, and he was extremely ashamed. They just reached 100 points, and it's not even the lowest score. That person said stubbornly. Not only the others, but even the Supremacy Saint's expression changed. However, when he saw that the 101 heads of the planet devourers were all bronze grade, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. There are quite a lot of them, but they're all bronze grade. I guess you guys have been hunting bronze-grade planet devourers all this time. That's right. With your and Lu Ming's strength, even if you join forces, you might not be a match for a silver-grade planet devourer. The Supremacy Saint smiled faintly. Fuko Seiko and the rest nodded secretly. They also thought so because they knew how terrifying a silver-grade planet devourer was. Even if they were to face a silver-grade planet devourer, they would need 4 people to join forces to kill it. Even if Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces, they might not be able to kill a silver-grade planet devourer. They could only hunt bronze-grade planet devourers. If they focused on hunting bronze-grade planet devourers, they might be able to hunt 101 bronze-grade planet devourers in 3 months if they were lucky. We didn't hunt any silver-grade planet devourers? Who told you that, Supremacy Universe? You're taking it for granted. I'm not done yet. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled faintly and waved her hand. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the silver heads of the planet devourers flew out. There were 20 of them in total. During this period of time, Lu Ming and the rest had hunted a total of 20 silver-grade devourers, 2 more than the Supreme Saint's 18. Many people's eyes popped out of their sockets. Some of them were dumbfounded. The fact that Ouyang Qingxiang could take out 20 silver-ranked planet devourers' heads at once was beyond everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Fuko Seiko, Saint Prince Xianxia, Saint Prince Yin Kong, and Saintess Shuatan widened their eyes in disbelief. The 4 of them had only managed to kill 12 silver planet devourers after a lot of hard work. They thought that they had already done their best. They could still accept that the Paragon Saint had hunted more than them. But Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang had hunted so many. Their self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. The Paragon Saint's face darkened. He had never expected such an outcome. Supremacy Universe, what do you think? Ouyang Qingxiang looked at the Paragon Saint and asked. Now that she had a breakthrough in her cultivation, and Lu Ming's combat power had increased tremendously, reaching an astonishing level, she was much more confident when facing the Paragon Saint. Humph! The Paragon Saint snorted and said with a gloomy face, Not bad. You managed to hunt down 20 silver-grade planet devourers. That's really beyond my expectations. Wait, Ouyang Qingxiang, so you've broken through. No wonder. The Paragon Saint's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Ouyang Qingxiang. After carefully sizing her up, he finally realized that Ouyang Qingxiang's cultivation had broken through. She was no longer a 4th-level heavenly god, but a 5th-level heavenly god. Ouyang Qingxiang has broken through. Fuko Seiko and the rest's faces also darkened. Ouyang Qingxiang had broken through and reached the 5th-level heavenly god realm. They had another powerful enemy. Ouyang Qingxiang, so what if you've broken through? You're still far from being able to compete with me. Also, your points in the first round are only 201. You can't even beat me in the first round, so you have no chance in the second round. The Paragon Saint said confidently. Supremacy Universe, how do you know that my points are only 201? Ouyang Qingxiang asked after the Paragon Saint had finished speaking. The Paragon Saint's face darkened. Could it be that you still haven't taken out the heads of the planet devourers? You become smarter this time. Open your eyes wide and watch. Ouyang Qingxiang waved her hand, and rays of golden light burst out. Then, the golden heads of the planet devourers appeared in the air one by one. Ouyang Qingxiang had taken out all 14 heads of the planet devourers. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. When they saw the head of the golden planet devourer that Ouyang Qingxiang took out, everyone was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. Even those doyens who had seen great storms and waves, and even the Kongxian School's sect master Long Zhoushan, were the same. Ouyang Qingxiang taking out 14 heads of the planet devourers at once was also greatly beyond their expectations. As for Fuko Seiko, the Paragon Saint, and the rest, they were completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Ouyang Qingxiang had done on purpose. She deliberately took out the heads one by one to slap the Paragon Saint's face. A woman's desire for revenge is very strong. As long as she grasps the opportunity, she will definitely take revenge. Lu Ming muttered in his heart, "Good, ha ha ha." At this moment, a laugh sounded. It was Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather. He was the first to react and laughed loudly. Only then did everyone wake up from their daze. 14 heads of the planet devourers. This is impossible. Ouyang Qingxiang, how did you get them? The Paragon Saint roared. He still found it hard to believe. He knew very well how terrifying the planet devourers were. In the past 3 months, he had fought with the gold-level planet devourer many times. Although he could suppress a gold-level planet devourer with his strength, he was not much stronger. It was very difficult for him to kill a gold-level planet devourer. He had injured several gold-level planet devourers, but they had all escaped. Later on, he was lucky and made use of the terrain to trap a planet devourer. But now, Ouyang Qingxiang took out 14 heads of the planet devourers. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 2875. I don't need to tell you how I got it. You don't have the right to know. Ouyang Qingxiang said indifferently. The Supreme Saint's eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. He shouted, "I know. You must be lucky to have found the burial ground of the planet devourers and dug up many gold-rank planet devourers' corpses. That's why you can get so many heads. Also, look, these 3 heads are shriveled. This is caused by the loss of too much essence. This must be a golden planet devourer that died many years ago." Finally, the Supreme Saint pointed at the heads of the 3 mutated gold devourers. The head of the mutated gold devourer looked like it had been dead for many years because of the copper coffin. The Paragon Saint's words enlightened many people. So that's how it is. No, that must be it. They are lucky to have encountered a graveyard where planets are buried. That's right. Otherwise, even the Supreme Saint could only hunt 1 golden planet devourer. How could they hunt 14? It's like a fantasy story. Yes, I think that's how their bronze planet devourer and silver planet devourer came to be. I'm so lucky. Everyone was talking about it. As for Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jia, their complexions turned ugly. Who said we've encountered the burial ground of the planet devourer? Let me tell you, these planet devourers were all killed by us. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. You hunted it with your own hands? Ha ha ha. Ouyang Qingxiang, do you have the strength? It's you? Or Lu Ming? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? Sovereign of Universe sneered. He didn't believe that Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming, and the others could kill so many planet devourers. You making wild guesses. Supreme Grand Elder, you may announce the results. Ouyang Qingxiang snorted coldly. She then looked over at Jizun. Jizun's face was somewhat gloomy. However, he could only announce Ouyang Qingxiang's score at this moment. Ouyang Qingxiang, 14 gold devourer heads, 20 silver devourer heads, 101 silver devourer heads, for a total of 801 points. Jizun announced. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. 801 points, almost 600 points, more than the Paragon Saint. The high score was so high that it made the competition seem simple and confusing. Perhaps Ouyang Qingxiang could rely on this round's advantage to obtain the final victory. All right, the first round is over. Next, let's proceed to the second round, said Ji Zundong. His eyes were twinkling with a sinister light. The second round is very simple. 12 people from each of your three sides will get on the battle stage and fight against each other. The last one standing on the battle stage will be the winner. The winner will be the future Zhongzi. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's faces froze. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather was even more furious. He took a step forward and said, "Sovereign move? What do you mean by this?" The rules of the second round are inappropriate. Inappropriate? How is it inappropriate? Ji Zundong sneered. Nonsense. Of course it's inappropriate. This way, it would be equivalent to deciding the victor in the second round. Then, what's the point of the first round? What we said before is to combine the points of the two rounds. The one with the higher points will be the future Zhongzi. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather retorted loudly. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others' faces were gloomy. Ji Zundong's action was blatantly biased towards Ji Zundong. He saw that Ji Zundong's points were too far behind in the first round. If the points of the two rounds were combined, Ji Zundong might not be able to compete with Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. That was why he used this rule. In this way, the first round of the competition would be meaningless. Previously, we said that the second round would use the battle stage format and combine the points of the two rounds. However, I feel that this is inappropriate. The future Zhongzi must be the strongest. If the weakest is chosen as the Zhongzi and takes over the Kongxian school in the future, it will only make the school weaker. Only the strongest person can lead the Kongxian school to become the strongest in the future, said Ji Zundong. Ji Zundong, this is sophistry. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather shouted. What's sophistry? If you want to calculate based on points, fine. However, in the first round, Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming, and the others didn't rely on their own strength to obtain so many points. They were just lucky and obtained a planet devourer's burial ground. This won't be a test at all. If you want to calculate based on points, fine. Ouyang Qingxiang's points in the first round will be reset to 0. Only then will it be meaningful. Ji Zundong sneered. Ji Zundong, what makes you think that Qingxiang's points were obtained by luck and not by strength? Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather roared. Ji Zundong was truly despicable. Previously, the Holy Sun's tone was only guessing that Ouyang Qingxiang's group had obtained a planet devourer's burial ground. But Ji Zundong directly asserted that Lu Ming's group had obtained a planet devourer's burial ground and didn't rely on their own strength. With one sentence, he rejected Lu Ming's results. Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie's faces were filled with anger. Hunting with strength? Ha ha ha! You want to hunt down 14 golden planet devourers? Can they do it? You really know how to flatter yourself. If they can hunt down 14 golden planet devourers with their true strength, then I, Ji Zundong, will write the words upside down. Ji Zundong sneered. You. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather was furious, but he had nothing to say. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's group had also obtained a planet devourer's burial ground. So for a moment, he couldn't refute. I agree with Grand Elder's suggestion. At this moment, a voice abruptly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's gaze turned to the person who spoke. Huh, it's Lu Ming. He actually agrees with Grand Elder's suggestion. He probably has a guilty conscience and knows that his points were obtained wrongly, so he agreed. That must be the case. Moreover, I think he doesn't dare to offend the Holy Sun and Grand Elder. Many people guessed. The person who spoke just now was naturally Lu Ming. You agree? Ji Zundong's gaze also looked at Lu Ming. To be honest, he was also a little surprised that Lu Ming would actually agree. Yes, I agree. I think Grand Elder's words make sense. Since it's a Zhongzi competition, we should rely on strength to speak. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang revealed an anxious look and quickly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. If they follow Ji Zundong's method, then the advantage they had established in the first round would be completely useless. Chapter 2876. Don't worry, trust me. Lu Ming smiled and transmitted his voice to Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming's words made the others dumbfounded. Some of them were puzzled, while others sneered. All right, since you agreed, let's do it this way. Ouyang Qingxiang, Fuko Seiko, do you have any objections? Zhizun said. I have no objections. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flickered a few times before she nodded in agreement. She chose to believe in Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly this time. He might be able to fight against the Paragon Saint. I have no objections either. Fuko Seiko also nodded. In the first round, he was ranked last. Regardless of whether he was compared to the Paragon Saint or Lu Ming and the rest, the difference was too great. Such a change was beneficial to him. If they fought purely based on strength, he might be able to fight against the Paragon Saint if he gathered the strength of the other 3 saints and saintesses. There was no reason for him to disagree. Brother, you look, they have already agreed. Do you still want to object? Zhizun looked at Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather was against it, but since Ouyang Qingxiang and the others had already agreed, he couldn't say anything. He could only remain silent with a gloomy face. All right, then it's settled. You all can fight in the arena. Zhizun announced. During this process, Long Zhoushan didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to interfere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, the Paragon Saint, Fuko Seiko, Lu Ming, and the others rushed into the arena. The 3 parties, each with 4 people, stood in 3 directions of the arena, forming a triangle. Let the battle begin. Zhizun announced. However, none of the 3 parties moved. All 3 parties wanted to wait for the other 2 parties to make the first move so that they could reap the benefits. No one would make the first move to help the others. For a moment, the 3 parties were sizing each other up. Everyone around the arena was holding their breaths. They understood that none of the 3 sides would rashly take action, but once they did, they would unleash a thunderous attack, erupting with an astonishing great battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Paragon Saint had a calm smile on his face as his gaze swept over Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and Fuko Seiko. Among these people, the only one he was somewhat afraid of was Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always given her an unfathomable feeling. He was the only person she valued. As for the others, he did not care about them at all. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang. Why don't we join forces and blast Floating Light down first, and then we can decide the victor. Suddenly, the Paragon Saint sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Let's work together first. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flashed as she considered the possibility of this suggestion. If they joined forces with the Paragon Saint to eliminate Fuko Seiko's side first, then they would have to face the Paragon Saint's challenge alone. It would be impossible to find someone to join forces with. Ouyang Qingxiang started to consider joining forces with Fuko Seiko to deal with the Paragon Saint together, and then fight Fuko Seiko to decide the victor. However, she was afraid that Fuko Seiko would join forces with the Paragon Saint to deal with them first. Therefore, she hesitated for a moment. Okay, I promise you. Lu Ming directly replied. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flickered, but she did not object. Now, she could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. Okay. The Paragon Saint's eyes flashed as he looked at Fuko Seiko. He suddenly stepped out, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, the 3 people behind the Paragon Saint also erupted with powerful auras, pressuring Fuko Seiko. Following that, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the other 2 also erupted with powerful auras, surging toward Fuko Seiko's group. Fuko Seiko's and the others' faces changed drastically. Paragon Saint, Lu Ming, you guys are despicable. You actually want to join forces with each other to deal with one of us. Fuko Seiko roared. Floating Light, you have 4 saints and saintesses. Adding our 2 sides together, we have 4 saints. It's just nice to have a battle to determine the victor. This is the fairest way. The Paragon Saint sneered. He was right. He also had 2 saints on his side. Adding Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, They had 4 saints, just like Fuko Seiko's group. Fuko Seiko's face turned ugly. Cut the crap. Let's have a battle. The Paragon Saint roared, his body emitting a violent divine force. The violent aura formed a storm, pressuring toward Fuko Seiko. Supreme Divine Fist. The Paragon Saint roared, his fists emitting a dazzling golden light. He continuously punched out, sending dazzling fist imprints toward Fuko Seiko. Yinkong, you and I will block Paragon Saint and the others. Xuetan, Xianxia, Lu Ming, and Ouyang Qingxiang. I'll leave them to you. Fuko Seiko roared. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. Fuko Seiko's figure moved, pouncing toward the Paragon Saint. His 5th-level heavenly god strength was fully unleashed. Outer divine light. Fuko Seiko roared, his body emitting a dazzling light that was even brighter than the sun. The dazzling light turned into a terrifying palm imprint, blasting toward the Paragon Saint. Boom! Boom! Their attacks collided, creating 1,000 layers of waves. The sky was filled with dazzling light. The silver white and the golden light complemented each other. However, the golden light obviously had the upper hand. In the end, the silver-white light kept vibrating and then exploded. Fuko Seiko's figure retreated rapidly. In a head-on confrontation, he was completely suppressed by the Paragon Saint. At the same time, the Flaming Sky Saint was locked in a fierce battle with the Paragon Saint's #1 subordinate. That person's strength was not weaker than the Flaming Sky Saint. As for the other 2 people, their strength was weaker than the Saint, so they did not join the battle. Instead, they stood at the side to keep watch. On the other side, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, Saint Xianxia, and Saint Xuetan were facing off. Green Lotus Sword Song. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted and slashed out a green sword light, slashing towards Saint Xuetan. Saint Xuetan also used all her strength to resist. However, after one move, Saint Xuetan's delicate body trembled, and she retreated continuously. She was no match for Ouyang Qingxiang. Ouyang Qingxiang and Saint Xuetan's strength were originally on par. However, now that Ouyang Qingxiang had broken through to level 5 Heavenly God Realm, her strength was completely above Saint Xuetan's. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ouyang Qingxiang continued to use the Green Lotus Sword Song. Numerous green lotuses shrouded Saint Xuetan, bursting out thousands of sword chi. Saint Xuetan tried to resist, but it was useless. After a dozen moves, she was pushed to the edge of the fighting ring. There were several sword wounds on her body, and blood flowed out. Roar! An ancient god's roar could be heard. It was emitted by the ancient god body that Lu Ming had transformed into. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. Lu Ming did not turn into a green-armored ancient god, but a green-armored ancient god. After cultivating the ancient god tactics, he could control the level of ancient god at will. Chapter 2877. Even though Lu Ming had transformed into a green-armored ancient god, his cultivation had only reached LV8 True God Realm. However, Lu Ming had completely suppressed Saint Sun Jixia. Saint Sun Jixia's combat strength was similar to that of the Tianhong Saint Sun. Back then, Lu Ming's cultivation was also at LV8 True God Realm. When he transformed into a green-armored ancient god, he had defeated the Tianhong Saint Sun. Now it was the same. Moon slash, moon slash. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand was as big as a mountain. He constantly used the moon slash technique to attack Saint Sun Jixia. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the ice chains and the divine dragon dharma characteristic art. The 9 ice chains kept entangling the holy sun of Jixia, which seriously interfered with the holy sun of Jixia. The 2 9-clawed divine dragons roared again and again, completely suppressing Holy Sun Jixia. Kong Chong and Lu Jie did not need to do anything. Fuko Seiko is going to lose. That's right. Lu Ming and Saint Daughter Qingxiang are really powerful. When they join forces with the Supreme Saint, Fuko Seiko is no match for them. Yeah, look, Fuko Seiko is going to lose. The Supreme Saint is too strong. Many onlookers were discussing. Suddenly, someone shouted. At this moment, the Supreme Saint had completely suppressed Fuko Seiko. The terrifying fist force pressed down on Fuko Seiko. The Saint Son of Fleeting Light finally couldn't hold on any longer and was punched in the chest by the Supreme Saint Son. The Saint Son of Fleeting Light let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body exploded as he was blasted off the battle platform. Ah, damn it! Fuko Seiko roared. Being blasted out of the fighting ring meant that he had lost. He had lost the chance to become a Zongzi. He was really unwilling to accept this. After defeating Fuko Seiko, the Supreme Saint's figure flashed and attacked the Flame Sky Saint. Boom! A terrifying fist force smashed towards the Flame Sky Saint Son. Although the Flame Sky Saint Son tried his best to block it, the difference between him and the Supreme Saint Son was too great. He directly vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was severely injured. The Flame Sky Saint was defeated. Green Lotus Sword Song, Sword Shakes the World. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang shouted and a dazzling sword saint daughter Shuatan was sent flying. Shuatan's Saintess was defeated. All of a sudden, Sacred Son Xianxia was the only one left on the side of Sacred Son Fuguang. He was struggling bitterly in Lu Ming's hands. However, defeat was only a matter of time. The Supreme Saint swept his gaze across Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Suddenly, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. He transformed into a golden ray of light and charged toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch at Lu Ming. The Paragon Saint actually launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming, and the first move was a killing move. If Lu Ming were to be hit by this move, he would at least be seriously injured or even crippled. Saint Sun Ji was still afraid of Lu Ming. In his opinion, although Lu Ming was not as strong as him, his speed of improvement was too fast. If this continued, Lu Ming would surpass him soon. This time, the reason why the Supreme Martial Artist and the rest initiated the meeting in advance to decide on the Zongzi position was that they were wary of Lu Ming. They were afraid that Lu Ming would surpass Saint Sun Jidong. This feeling made Saint Sun Jidong extremely uncomfortable. In the past, he had always been high and mighty, suppressing the other Saint Sons and Saint Sons. The other Saint Sons and Saintesses were just there to accompany him. But now, Lu Ming was about to surpass him. This made him extremely jealous of Lu Ming. He would not allow the Kongxian school to have a stronger prodigy than him, nor would he allow anyone with a higher talent than him. If there was, he would get rid of them. Therefore, Saint Sun Jidong seized this opportunity to attack Lu Ming. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming in one move. Sovereign Universe, you're despicable. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Lu Ming was still fighting with Saint Sun Xianxia. They had not completely defeated Saint Sun Xianxia, but Saint Sun Xianxia had already attacked Lu Ming. He was simply despicable and shameless. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang attacked without hesitation. She used all her strength. She turned into a beam of sword light and appeared between Lu Ming and Saint Sun Jidong. Then, she used the rest of her strength to set up a layer of defense. But at this critical moment, Ouyang Qingxiang did not gather much strength. How could she block Saint Sun Jidong's attack? Boom! Saint Sun Jidong's golden fist landed on Ouyang Qingxiang's body. It broke through Ouyang Qingxiang's defense, and a violent force heavily bombarded Ouyang Qingxiang's body. Ouyang Qingxiang was directly sent flying, and blood splattered in the air. Qingxiang. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather caught Ouyang Qingxiang. Powerful divine force continuously poured into Ouyang Qingxiang's body. Ouyang Qingxiang's face was pale. She was obviously seriously injured. Sovereign Universe. Lu Ming bellowed angrily, and the divine power that erupted increased by a notch. The spear gleam was like a mountain, shaking heaven and earth. It whipped the Saint of Xianxia and sent him flying out of the fighting ring. In this way, Fuko Seiko's group of 4 had been defeated, and Lu Ming's group was only left with 3 people. Saint Sun Jidong, and there were still 4 of them. Boom! Lu Ming held his spear, and his battle-intent sword. Cold, killing intent burst out without any concealment. Despicable, Lu Ming said coldly. Umph. Saint Sun Jidong snorted and stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 of Saint Sun Jidong's subordinates appeared beside Saint Sun Jidong and stood in a row. Kong Chong and Lu Jie also appeared beside Lu Ming and stared angrily at Saint Sun Jidong. The outcome has been decided. An elder shook his head. Looks like Saint Sun Jidong will definitely win this time. There is no suspense. Saint Sun Jidong will become a Zongzi. This is completely within my expectations. Fortunately, I have already sided with Saint Sun Jidong. Ha! The scene was noisy. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The other Saint Sun's and Saints' factions naturally had ugly expressions, but those of Saint Sun Jidong's faction were wild with joy. They all thought that the outcome had been decided. Only Lu Ming's group of 3 was left. It was impossible for them to be a match for Saint Sun Jidong. Lu Ming, do you still want to fight? I think you'd better get off the battle stage yourself, lest I have to do it myself. Saint Sun Jidong said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with disdain. Get off the battle stage? Of course I will. But before that, I will make you kneel in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly. You want me to kneel in front of you? Ha ha ha. Saint Sun Jidong laughed maniacally. After laughing for a while, his expression changed and revealed a trace of malevolence. Originally, I could have let you off if you had gotten off the battle stage yourself. But now I have changed my mind. I want you to kneel in front of me and lick my shoes. Saint Sun Jidong said coldly, and the aura on his body became even more violent. Bam! Bam! Saint Sun Jidong stepped forward step by step. His whole body was covered with golden divine power, and he was extraordinarily mighty. His violent aura kept pressing down on Lu Ming's group. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. Lu Ming stood there motionless. However, Kong Chong and Lu Jie were unable to withstand the attack and retreated continuously. Chapter 2878. Kong Chong, Lu Jie, retreat to the edge of the fighting stage. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Kong Chong and Lu Jie. What? Both of them were stunned. Retreat to the edge of the fighting stage and leave this to me. Otherwise, when the battle starts, I won't be able to take care of you. Lu Ming said. This, Kong Chong and Lu Jie hesitated for a moment, then nodded and moved to the edge of the fighting stage. They knew that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to help Lu Ming at all. Instead, they would be a burden to Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, looks like you're really confident to fight me alone. The Supreme Holy Sun glanced at Kong Chong and Lu Jie and sneered. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. Boom! The golden fist force seemed to split the void into 2. It was extremely huge, like a small mountain, and crushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still in the form of a green-armored ancient god. With a shake of his long spear, he pressed down on the Supreme Holy Sun with the force of Mount Tai. In the process of pressing down, Lu Ming's cultivation base burst out to the limit of the 9th level True God Realm. Boom! The long spear and the golden fist force collided in the void, exploding out with a loud boom. The sky was filled with energy that scattered in all directions. The 2 released countless tiny spear lights and energy that bombarded the fighting stage. The fighting stage shook violently, and runes appeared on it, forming a large array that blocked all the energy. However, everyone's eyes were wide open. Through the light that filled the sky, they stared at every movement on the field. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures trembled in the light that filled the sky. Then they staggered back. Lu Ming and the Supreme Holy Sun both retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated more, while the Supreme Holy Sun retreated less. However, this scene still caused a huge uproar. Everyone was shocked that Lu Ming could actually fight the Supreme Holy Sun and force him to retreat. This was something that the other holy sons couldn't do. Lu Ming's cultivation is at the peak of the true God realm. He hid his strength before. He is indeed at the peak of the true God realm. When he was fighting with Holy Son Xianxia just now, he only revealed the cultivation of LV8 true God realm. Now that he is facing the Supreme Holy Son, he only revealed the cultivation of a LV9 true God realm. But even if he's only a peak 9th level true God, his battle prowess is still too terrifying. After all, the utmost Holy Son's cultivation is at the 6th level of the heavenly God realm. The crowd was in an uproar, and the Paragon Saint's face turned grave. Lu Ming, so you've been hiding your cultivation. However, this is your limit. You're dreaming if you think you can fight me with this level of cultivation. Supreme Divine Fist. The Paragon Saint let out a long roar and waved his fists. The speed at which he waved his fists was much slower than before, as if he was pushing a mountain forward. However, a loud rumbling sound was heard in the void. It was as if the entire void was being pushed up and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt several terrifying fist energies pressing down on him. Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. Lu Ming's hands moved at an astonishing speed, and 2 9-claw dragons appeared in the sky. They were 10,000 meters long and looked very lifelike. However, in the next moment, another 9-claw dragon appeared beside the 9-claw dragon. A third one. At this moment, Lu Ming had broken his limit. In such a state, he had actually formed a third Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. 3 10,000 meters long 9-claw dragons pounced on the Paragon Saint. It's the Heavenly Hong Saint's Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. The moment the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana appeared, it was recognized by everyone. It's really the Heavenly Hong Saint's Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. Lu Ming can actually cultivate the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. His body actually contains the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. The most terrifying thing is that he's much stronger than the Heavenly Hong Saint. The Heavenly Hong Saint has only formed a 6-clawed Divine Dragon, but the Saint Lu Ming has actually formed a 9-clawed dragon. Moreover, it's 3 9-clawed dragons. Terrifying. It's simply unfathomable. Everyone at the scene was deeply shocked. Break. The Paragon Saint let out a long roar and pushed his fist energies towards the 3 Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. In the sky, there was another terrifying tremor. The 3 9-clawed dragons and the Paragon Saint let out earth-shattering roars as if they could split the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In such an intense confrontation, Lu Ming also used the apocalyptic 3 strikes and attacked the Paragon Saint with all his might. Streaks of terrifying spear light pierced towards the Paragon Saint's vital points. At the same time, the 9 ice chains would also find time to wrap around the Paragon Saint. Lu Ming could be said to have used all his means. His coordination was flawless, and his killing power was shockingly strong. In an instant, he was actually on par with the Paragon Saint. Lu Ming's strength has increased. Fuko Seiko's face was extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's current combat power had already surpassed his. If he were to fight with Lu Ming, he was afraid that he would not be a match for him. The others were also silent. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. He could definitely compete with the Paragon Saint. Divine Grade Divine Power. Lu Ming's divine power is definitely divine grade divine power. Someone whispered, "Nonsense. Of course it's divine grade divine power. But even divine grade divine power can't be so strong." With just the cultivation of a peak true god, he can fight with the Paragon Saint. Secret technique. He must have mastered a shocking secret technique to be able to increase his combat power. It's terrifying. I can see that he has already used several kinds of secret techniques. He's definitely a peerless genius. It's a pity that the time given to him is too short. If he has a few more years, the Paragon Saint will definitely not be a match for him. Many people were impressed by Lu Ming's combat power. At the same time, they could also guess why the person behind the Paragon Saint had proposed to compete for the position of Xianxia. It must be because he was afraid of Lu Ming. The Paragon Saint's face was also very ugly. The stronger Lu Ming was, the greater the fear in his heart. Qian Kuan still has a trump card. This time, Qian Kuan will definitely win. The Paragon Saint snorted coldly in his heart. At this moment, the Paragon Saint let out a long roar. Lu Ming, you're indeed not weak. You're qualified to witness my ultimate move, Supreme Vajra. The Paragon Saint roared. His body burst out with an even more dazzling golden light. At the same time, his body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the Paragon Saint's body grew to 200 meters tall. His whole body was golden, like an ancient invincible giant. This was the Paragon Saint's strongest secret technique. When he turned into the legendary Supreme Vajra, his combat power would increase tremendously. Originally, Lu Ming turned into a green-armored ancient god and was 100 meters tall. But now, the Supreme Vajra that the Paragon Saint turned into was twice as tall as Lu Ming. It's the Supreme family's ancient secret technique, Supreme Vajra. I heard that the Supreme family's ancient secret technique, Supreme Vajra, is extremely difficult to cultivate. No one from the Supreme family has succeeded in cultivating it for many years. I didn't expect the Paragon Saint to succeed. His talent is indeed amazing. Many people around the fighting ring exclaimed. Chapter 2879. Crush him. The Paragon Saint bellowed. His fist force was as strong as a mountain, and it blasted toward Lu Ming. Rumble. Lu Ming saw a huge golden fist pressing down from the sky. The entire space shook violently. Roar. Lu Ming let out a roar that sounded like the roar of an ancient god as he swept out his spear. Clang. The long spear collided with the Paragon Saint's golden fist. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions like ripples of water. Wong. Lu Ming's long spear shook violently as if it was about to shatter. Lu Ming's 100-meter-tall body shook violently as he retreated. Dong! Dong! The 100-meter-tall body stepped on the fighting stage, creating a loud boom. The fighting stage shook continuously. Lu Ming retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming, you're going to lose. Kneel down. The Paragon Holy Sun roared as he looked down at Lu Ming. His huge fist pressed down on Lu Ming, trying to force Lu Ming to kneel on the ground. Do you think you're the only one who can grow bigger? Change for me too. Grow bigger, 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 bigger. Lu Ming hollered. His body rapidly grew in size. Lu Ming's body also grew to a height of 200 meters. The scales on his body also turned green. Lu Ming did not hold back and transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Boom! He struck out with his spear and clashed with the Paragon Holy Sun. The sky shook continuously, and the two figures retreated continuously. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps respectively. What? Lu Ming was still holding back. This is too shocking. Lu Ming's transformation into a green-armored ancient god shocked even more people. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Ming had reached his limit and could not get any stronger. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to have any confidence. As his opponents became stronger, Lu Ming also became stronger. The Paragon Saint used his secret technique, Paragon Vajra, and transformed into a 200-meter-tall giant. Lu Ming also transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Damn it! The Paragon Saint roared, his heart trembling. Deep fear flashed in his eyes. Yes, he was deeply shocked by Lu Ming's endless methods. In his heart, he was also scared. No, I must win today, and I must kill this brat. I must kill him. The Paragon Saint roared in his heart, his eyes filled with malevolence. Originally, he wasn't allowed to kill his opponent in this match. However, he didn't care anymore. No matter what, he had to kill Lu Ming. With his background, even if he killed Lu Ming, so what? When the time came, who would punish him for a dead person? Kill! The Paragon Saint roared as he swung his fists at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He also charged at the Paragon Saint. The two huge figures collided and fought with each other. Both of them used all their strength, trying to suppress each other. Boom, boom. The two of them fought on the fighting stage, and then from the fighting stage to the sky. This battle lasted more than 100 moves. Bang! The Paragon Saint punched Lu Ming's shoulder, directly penetrating Lu Ming's shoulder. Green scales mixed with flesh and blood flew everywhere. However, Lu Ming's long spear also pierced the Paragon Saint's abdomen. It directly pierced through his abdomen, creating a big hole. Tragic. The battle was very tragic. At this point in the battle, both of them knew that their combat strength was equal. Only by fighting head-on could they have a chance of winning. It depended on who was more ruthless and whose willpower was stronger. The two of them didn't care about their injuries. Before they could recover, they fought again. Next, both of them were hit. Injury for injury, and their injuries worsened. However, both of them didn't care. In their eyes, there was only one goal, and that was to defeat their opponent. Lu Ming. At the side of the fighting stage, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others were watching nervously, their hands tightly clenched together. They naturally hoped that Lu Ming could win. As for the Paragon Saint and those who supported the Paragon Saint, they were also very nervous. They also hoped that the Paragon Saint could win. Therefore, most of them held their breaths, staring at the two figures, waiting for the final result. Damn it, this kid is actually so strong. The Paragon Saint was more shocked as the battle went on. Lu Ming's strength, patience, and ruthlessness had all exceeded his expectations. I will definitely win. My cultivation is at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, and my divine power is strong and condensed. As for him, he is only at the peak of the true god realm. I don't believe that I can't beat him with my divine power. I will exhaust him to death. The Paragon Saint thought. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming had immeasurable character art, and he had stored a large amount of divine power. He wasn't afraid of anyone who had more divine power. The two of them exchanged another 200 moves. At this time, the Paragon Saint's divine power was gradually losing. As for Lu Ming, he was still as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. Not good. Lu Ming is a monster. If this continues, universe won't be able to defeat him. I must stop him. Jizun Dong cried out his heart, "Stop!" Hearing this, the Paragon Saint wanted to retreat and stop the battle. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat so easily? Lu Ming quickly followed, his spear constantly stabbing at the Paragon Saint, making it impossible for the Paragon Saint to retreat. Seeing this, the Paragon Saint's eyes flashed with a trace of malevolence. A powerful aura erupted from his body, pressing down on Lu Ming and the Paragon Saint. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I told you to retreat. Didn't you hear me?" However, the moment the Paragon Saint's aura erupted, Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather also moved, releasing a burst of aura to counteract the Paragon Saint's aura. Therefore, Lu Ming's figure only paused for a moment before he continued to attack the Paragon Saint. "Paragon Saint, what are you doing?" They are in the middle of a battle. During the battle, others have no right to interfere. Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather, Wuxia, said coldly. "Who said I'm interfering? I just have something to announce." The Paragon Saint said. "What is it? Just say it." Wuxia said coldly. "Today's battle is too tragic. The two of them are still in a draw. Moreover, both of them are heavily injured. If this continues, it will be disadvantageous for them. I suggest that we end it as a draw today and continue the battle another day to prevent them from injuring their origin." The Paragon Saint said. His eyes flashed with a cunning light. As long as they stopped the battle now and fought another day, he had a way to let the Paragon Saint win the next time. He could even make Lu Ming disappear forever, unable to compete with the Paragon Saint. "Ha ha, what a joke. Old man, you're too shameless. Everyone can see that Sovereign Universe's divine power is running out. He's about to be defeated, and you're saying it's a draw? And you're saying it's for our own good? Bah, shameless." Lu Ming was really infuriated. He simply scolded him. He had seen many shameless people, and the Paragon Saint could definitely be ranked in the top 5. Chapter 2880. Lu Ming, what did you say? What did you say? Zhi Zundong was so angry that he was trembling. His eyes were burning with rage. Lu Ming actually dared to scold him in front of so many people. This infuriated him greatly. He could not wait to slap Lu Ming to death. Not only are you shameless, your hearing is also bad. I said shameless. Can't you hear me? Lu Ming didn't give Zhi Zundong any face and directly mocked him. Lu Ming didn't need to give face to such a shameless person. Brat, you don't know how to respect your superiors. You're rebelling against your superiors. I'll kill you. Zhi Zundong let out a furious roar and slapped Lu Ming. Zhi Zundong was a divine king. His strength was terrifying. With a single palm strike, the entire sky darkened. A palm print covered the entire sky. However, Wuxia had been watching Zhi Zundong the whole time. As soon as Zhi Zundong moved, Wuxia also attacked. A sword light soared into the sky and slashed at Zhi Zundong's palm. It directly split the palm, and the sword light and the palm disappeared. Wuxia, what are you doing? This brat is lawless and arrogant. I want to kill him, and you want to stop me? Zhi Zundong roared. Nonsense. Lu Ming is right. You're so shameless. Can't you scold him? In my opinion, he scolded him well. What's wrong with that? Wuxia sneered. You. Zhi Zundong was furious. But this time, those eminent elders who were originally on Zhi Zundong's side didn't stand up for him. Zhi Zundong was indeed a little shameless. Did he think that the others were fools? It was obvious that Zhi Zundong was at a disadvantage. Now that he declared a draw, it was too shameless. The other eminent elders wouldn't do such a thing. Without help, Zhi Zundong couldn't cover the sky with one hand. At the same time, the battle between Lu Ming and the Paragon Saint was still ongoing. However, Lu Ming had already gained the upper hand. The more they fought, the more the Paragon Saint's divine power was consumed. It was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. However, Lu Ming's attacks were still the same as before, like a raging storm. Bang! Lu Ming's spear swept across Zhi Zundong's body, causing half of Zhi Zundong's body to explode. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Zhi Zun staggered backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. As for his body, it rapidly shrank to the size of a normal person. His divine power had been severely depleted. Coupled with the heavy injuries he had sustained, it was difficult for him to maintain the body of Supreme Vajra. After returning to the size of a normal person, his strength had weakened a lot, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's spear pressed down like a mountain range. The Supreme Being did his best to resist, but the outcome was already set in stone. Under the pressure of the spear, Zhi Zun's body trembled uncontrollably. Kneel for me, Lu Ming shouted. His divine power surged into the spear like a tide, causing the spear to become incomparably heavy. It continued to press down on Zhi Zundong. No! The Supreme Being Saint shouted hysterically. He didn't want to kneel, but under Lu Ming's pressure, he simply couldn't resist. Bang! The Supreme Being Saint trembled and directly knelt on the ground. CSI gasps could be heard from the crowd. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. The Supreme Being Saint had actually knelt down. He was being suppressed by another person and forced to kneel on the ground in front of everyone. If they hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. The Supreme Being Saint could be said to be the legend of the Kongxian School's generation. He was the strongest Heaven's Pride, and the people of the Kongxian School believed that he was the best candidate for the future sect master. He was someone who could compete with the Heaven's Pride of the three overlords. But now, such a person had been defeated, and the person who defeated him was a new disciple. All of this was simply a legend. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. The Supreme Being Saint roared crazily. His eyes were blood red, and he struggled crazily, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Loser, you're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, and streaks of spear light burst out, piercing through the Supreme Being Saint's body, causing him to be even more injured. At the same time, the long spear in his hand continued to press down, directly pressing the Supreme Being Saint to the ground like a toad. Swoosh! Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and came in front of the Supreme Being Saint. His body began to shrink to the size of a normal person, and he stepped on the Supreme Being Saint's face. Ah! The Supreme Being Saint roared crazily. This was a great humiliation, and it was even more unbearable than killing him. He was actually stepped on by Lu Ming in front of everyone. Lu Ming, that's enough. The Supreme Being Saint roared angrily, and his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. If it wasn't for you Wuxia stopping him, he would have already killed Lu Ming. Old fellow, you don't have the qualifications to speak. Oh right, didn't you say that if I defeated the Supreme Being Saint, you would write your name backwards? What should you be called now? Lu Ming sneered. Ha, not bad. Supreme Being Saint, no, I can't call you Supreme Being Saint anymore. Ha, this name is really awkward, but it suits you. Wuxia raised his head and laughed, extremely carefree. You guys, the Supreme Being Saint's face turned red, and he wished he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. All right, let's end the competition here. At this moment, Dragon Zhoushan's indifferent voice rang out. Dragon Zhoushan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Now that everything was over, he stood out to speak. Zun Dong and Wuxia coldly glanced at each other, then coldly snorted and retreated. Scram! Lu Ming lightly laughed and kicked the Supreme Being Saint's face, sending him flying. In this way, Lu Ming was the only one left in the fighting ring. All right, according to the rules, this competition is Lu Ming's victory. Dragon Zhoushan announced. Good. Some people on the side of the stage cheered loudly. They all belonged to Lu Ming's faction, as well as Ouyang Xianxia's faction. This was especially true for Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and the others. They shouted especially loudly and excitedly. As for the Supreme Being Saint's faction, Fuko Seiko's faction, Xixia's faction, Flaming Sky Saint's faction, and Shuitan's faction, their expressions were unsightly. Some people's faces were gloomy, some sighed, and some were already thinking about how to rely on a new backer. According to the rules, Lu Ming helped Ouyang Xianxia participate in the competition. Therefore, Ouyang Xianxia has won this competition. I hereby announce that Ouyang Xianxia will be the future Zongzi and my successor. Dragon Zhoushan announced again. The scene suddenly became silent, and everyone's gaze focused on Ouyang Xianxia. Congratulations, Ouyang Zongzi. Standing on the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fist from afar. Congratulations, Ouyang Zongzi. Following that, Ouyang Xianxia's faction and Lu Ming's faction congratulated Ouyang Xianxia. Chapter 2881. As for the other factions, they unwillingly congratulated Ouyang Xianxia. After that, the Dragon Mountain announced that they would hold a conferring ceremony for Ouyang Xianxia. As for Supremacy Dong and the others, they had already left with the Supremacy Saint. The conferring ceremony lasted for 3 days before it ended. After this incident, Lu Ming's reputation reached its peak, even overshadowing the Zongzi and Ouyang Xianxia. Everyone knew that Lu Ming's talent was too high. Even if he wasn't a Zongzi, he would definitely be the true overlord of the Kongxian school in the future. Even if Ouyang Xianxia really became the sect master, her influence wouldn't be higher than Lu Ming's. Therefore, in the following days, a large number of people began to seek refuge with Lu Ming's faction. Although Lu Ming didn't become a Zongzi, the strength of his faction grew stronger. Of course, there were also many who sought refuge with Ouyang Xianxia. After all, Ouyang Xianxia was a Zongzi and would be in charge of the Kongxian school in the future. Within the short span of half a year, a large number of people had pledged allegiance to Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia. Many of these people belonged to other saints and saintesses. The power of the two of them had skyrocketed, far surpassing that of the Paragon Saint, the Floating Light Saint, and the rest. Just like that, a few more years passed. In these few years, Lu Ming focused on cultivating and polishing his foundation. It was worth mentioning that Autumn Moon's improvement was godly. She had broken through 2 realms consecutively and was not far from the 9th level True God realm. As for Xianxia, ever since it swallowed the bronze altar fragment in the ancient God realm, it had been in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, numerous runes appeared on his body. They were densely packed, and they were like small snakes swimming around his body. The Nether Dragon Blood Curse. Is the Dragon Mountain summoning me? Lu Ming frowned. The Nether Dragon Blood Curse had always been a big concern in his heart. Senior Bone Demon, have you not thought of a way to break the Nether Dragon Blood Curse? Lu Ming asked Bone Demon for guidance. A few years ago, Lu Ming had also asked the Bone Demon for guidance on how to break the Nether Dragon Blood Curse. However, the Bone Demon did not give an effective method. Difficult. This Nether Dragon Blood Curse is incomparably mysterious. The headmaster at your Xianxia school is definitely not ordinary. He most likely has a great secret on him. Bone Demon's figure appeared on the scroll. Is there really no other way? Lu Ming muttered. It's a pity that I don't have any cultivation right now. Otherwise, I would have a solution. Also, I don't know why Long Zhoushan placed the Nether Dragon Blood Curse on you. If I knew his goal, I would be able to find a way to break it. Guillermo said. Lu Ming nodded. The only thing they could do now was wait. After a while, the Nether Dragon Blood Curse on his body gradually disappeared. At this time, a person came to Lu Ming's courtyard. Holy Son Lu Ming, is the sect master looking for you? The person who had come was an inner court elder. His voice echoed throughout the courtyard. All right. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard, nodded, and followed the elder. Not long after, he arrived at a large hall. The elder then left. Long Zhoushan was waiting in the hall. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, Long Zhoushan carefully sized up Lu Ming. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Long Zhoushan, why did you call for me? Lu Ming asked with a solemn expression. He did not have a good attitude towards Long Zhoushan. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming, your speed of improvement has exceeded my expectations. Good, very good. Long Zhoushan nodded repeatedly. You didn't call me here just to praise me, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course not. What I want to say is that your cultivation speed is still too slow. Now, I will give you 10 years. You must reach the heavenly God realm within 10 years. Otherwise, I will activate the Nether Dragon Blood Curse and kill you. Do you understand? Long Zhoushan suddenly said with a cold expression. Wisps of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His cultivation speed was already extremely shocking, but Long Zhoushan actually said that he was too slow and wanted him to reach the heavenly God realm within 10 years. This was something that was almost impossible. There was a huge gap between the true God realm and the heavenly God realm. Countless people were blocked by this gap, unable to cross it in their entire lives. Even some geniuses would need a long time of accumulation and the support of fortuitous opportunities if they wanted to cross it. Breaking through to the heavenly God realm in 10 years was practically impossible. How is it possible to break through to the heavenly God realm in 10 years? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, you only have one path. If you can't do it, then die. Long Zhoushan sneered. Creak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. If not for the fact that he was not Long Zhoushan's match, he would have killed him on the spot. Lu Ming, ask him why he placed the Nether Dragon Blood Curse on you. At this moment, Gumo's voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. He looked coldly at Long Zhoushan and said, Long Zhoushan, what is your motive for placing the Nether Dragon Blood Curse on me? You don't need to know that. Long Zhoushan waved his hand. Long Zhoushan, you don't dare to tell me your motive. I guess your motive will be detrimental to me. If I'm not wrong, I'll be of great use to you when I reach the heavenly God realm, but I'll most likely die. Since I'm going to die anyway, rather than waiting for you to use me to death, I might as well be killed by you now so that I won't fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly. You dare? Long Zhoushan said coldly. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll die. Lu Ming shouted as a violent aura exploded from his body. He looked like he was going to fight Long Zhoushan to the death. All right, I'll tell you. Long Zhoushan frowned and raised his hand. A powerful force crushed Lu Ming's aura as he said coldly. Lu Ming's aura fell. Lu Ming, you're right. After you reach the heavenly god realm, I do have something that I need your help with. There's no harm in telling you. I placed the Nether Dragon blood curse on you to nurture it. The stronger your cultivation, the stronger the Nether Dragon blood curse will be. When you reach the heavenly god realm, the Nether Dragon blood curse in your body will be extremely powerful. I can use it to break a formation. Long Zhoushan said. What formation? Lu Ming asked. Long Zhoushan frowned, but then he smiled and said, the Rising Dragon Formation. All right, I've told you everything I need to tell you. Go down and work hard. Remember, you only have 10 years. If you can't reach the heavenly god realm in 10 years, there's no use for me to keep you. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he turned around and left. Watching Lu Ming leave, Long Zhoushan's eyes flashed with malevolence. Brat, you want to know my motive and find a way to break it? But what's the use of knowing my motive? Your fate has already been decided. Hurry up and break through. Once you reach the heavenly god realm, I'll regain my freedom. Chapter 2882. Long Zhoushan's sinister laughter reverberated in the main hall. Lu Ming had already left the main hall and returned to his residence. Senior Bone Devil, do you know about the Soaring Dragon Formation? Once he was back, Lu Ming asked Bone Demon. Of course I know about the Soaring Dragon Formation. So it's the Soaring Dragon Formation. I know what that brat wants to do. Bone Devil laughed. Senior Bone Devil, do you know Long Zhoushan's true goal? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he asked. Correct. If I'm not wrong, Long Zhoushan placed the Nether Dragon blood curse in your body to use you to refine the Nether Dragon blood curse, and then use it to save someone trapped by the Soaring Dragon Formation. Furthermore, I'm guessing that your sect master is no longer the real person. Bone Devil said. No longer the real person? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Correct. His soul has probably been extinguished long ago. Right now, his body is only occupied by someone else. If I'm not wrong, the one occupying his body is the existence trapped by the Soaring Dragon Formation. He wants to use you to escape and regain his freedom. Once he succeeds, you, kid, will fall with him. Bone Devil's analysis was clear and logical. It was as if he had seen through everything. So it's like that. Hearing Bone Devil's analysis, Lu Ming was truly stunned. He hadn't expected that the real Long Zhoushan had died long ago. The current Long Zhoushan was only a body occupied by someone else. As expected, he doesn't have good intentions. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. Long Zhoushan's goal was indeed to sacrifice him to save him. Senior Bone Devil, do you have a countermeasure? Lu Ming asked. Since I know his goal, I naturally have a countermeasure. We still have 10 years. Lu Ming, do as I say. First, you need to buy some materials to refine a formation plate. When the time comes, we'll fight him. Bone Devil said. Then a list of materials appeared in Lu Ming's mind. These materials. Lu Ming was startled. He had never heard of many of the materials Bone Devil gave him. Brat, hurry up and get these materials. Guillermo said. Lu Ming nodded and left. He also left the Kongxian school and headed for the Myriad Spirit Star. The Myriad Spirit Star was the gathering place of the entire Qin Tian Starfield's Chamber of Commerce. Here, all sorts of rare and strange materials could be purchased. After coming to the Myriad Spirit Star, Lu Ming finally bought most of the materials he needed after many inquiries. However, there were still 3 materials that he did not buy. These 3 materials were all extremely rare and precious materials that were rarely seen in the world. These 3 materials were the bones of the 9-clawed dragon, the evil eye stone, and the wild grass. 9-clawed dragon's bones? Where are we supposed to find them? Senior 9 dragons died long ago. Lu Ming frowned. I wonder if the divine 9-dragon cauldron contains the bones of the 9-clawed dragon? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was forged by the 9 dragons and the ancestor dragon with all their strength. It was only a little bit away from being promoted to a divine weapon. It was the natal treasure of the 9 dragons. A natal magic treasure was usually forged from one's own flesh, blood, and bones. Only then would it be able to display its strongest power. Back in the Heaven Realm, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had helped Lu Ming a lot. However, since Lu Ming came to the chaotic universe, his battle strength had skyrocketed. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was no longer useful to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not throw it away. Instead, he kept it. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron flew out from a storage ring. Senior Guimo, take a look at these 9 cauldrons. Do they contain the bones of the 9-clawed dragon? Lu Ming asked Guimo. Guimo flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and stopped above the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to examine it carefully. Yes, these 9 cauldrons contain the bones of the 9-clawed dragon. The foundation of these 9 cauldrons is the bones of the 9-clawed dragon. Guimo nodded repeatedly. It's true. Lu Ming was also very surprised. He had only guessed it previously. He did not expect it to be true. He could imagine that the 9-clawed dragon had paid a huge price to forge this cauldron. It had actually used its own bones to forge this cauldron. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With this, out of the 3 materials that were the hardest to find, Lu Ming was only left with 2. Lu Ming came to a place that specialized in gathering information. After asking around and paying a huge price, Lu Ming finally found out the whereabouts of the last 2 materials. The Evil Eye Stone is in an evil family in the Xianxia galaxy. Let's go to this family first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Following that, Lu Ming took the transportation array and rushed towards the Xianxia galaxy. The Xianxia galaxy's Luo family. On the surface, it looked like a normal family of cultivators. However, it was secretly an evil family. The cultivation technique that they cultivated was extremely evil. They specialized in digging out the eyes of other cultivators to cultivate their evil technique. Lu Ming had also paid a huge price before he managed to find out about this from the force that was investigating the news. Such a family doesn't need to exist anymore. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. After a long journey, Lu Ming arrived at the Luo family. Boom! Lu Ming appeared in the sky above the Luo family, and a vast aura erupted. Who dares to appear in the sky above my Luo family? A loud shout was heard, and a few burly men flew out. These burly men were all peak true gods. When they saw that Lu Ming was also a peak true god, they immediately revealed a ferocious expression. Kid, who are you? Tell us honestly, or you won't be able to leave. One of the burly men shouted. His evil eyes stared at Lu Ming's eyes, revealing a greedy look. He wanted to dig out Lu Ming's eyes to cultivate. I'm the one who will kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, a violent divine power gushed out towards the other party. Lu Ming's divine power was extremely strong. To these burly men, it was like a raging tsunami. As the divine power crushed through, the burly men cried out in pain. Their bodies were crushed into pieces by Lu Ming's divine power. Finally, they turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. They were all peak true gods, but other peak true gods were like ants in front of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of the Luo family? You're just a true god. You're courting death. Kill him. At this moment, the entire Luo family was in an uproar. Many powerful auras soared into the sky. Many powerful figures dashed into the sky and charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He had already asked around. The strongest person in the Luo family was only a 4th-level heavenly god. All the heavenly gods added together were only slightly more than 30 people. They were not worthy of Lu Ming's attention at all. Roar! A roar came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming unleashed his ancient god body. He turned into a giant ancient god and charged towards the experts of the Luo family. With a swing of his spear, a large number of experts of the Luo family exploded and died on the spot. Chapter 2883. The Luo family's experts were nothing to Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming left the Luo family with a cold expression. The Luo family had turned into a sea of flames. All of the Luo family's experts had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming would not show the slightest bit of mercy to this evil family. In the Luo family's core treasury, Lu Ming successfully found an evil eye stone. The evil eye stone was the Luo family's treasure. It was easy to find. Now, only the last type of desolate grass was left. The desolate grass was in the desolate mountain range of Lu Huang Galaxy. This was an extremely special mountain range. This mountain range wasn't located on a planet, but the entire mountain range was suspended in the starry sky. The mountain range was incomparably huge, and there was a terrifying domain on it. No matter what life form entered, it would be difficult to fly. However, the desolate mountain range contained rich resources. There were many precious divine herbs growing there. The desolate grass was an extremely rare and precious divine herb. Even in the desolate mountain range, it was extremely rare and valuable. It was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Thus, many cultivators would come here to explore and search for treasures all year round. Lu Ming was flying in the starry sky on his interstellar battleship. In front of him, a huge mountain range appeared. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon was coiling in the starry sky. The vast universe is truly mysterious. Lu Ming sighed. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that there were also streams of light flying towards the desolate mountain range like meteors. Of course, these weren't meteors but experts. Some experts were riding on interstellar battleships, while others relied on their physical bodies to fly. Those who could rely on their physical bodies to travel through the starry sky were at least heavenly gods. Swish! Suddenly, a figure rapidly flew from behind Lu Ming's interstellar battleship. It was a burly man. His body was covered in muscles, and his appearance was ferocious. "Scram, you ant! Don't block the way." When the burly man passed by Lu Ming, he directly sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming's interstellar battleship. Dong! The starry sky battleship trembled violently and was sent flying. Ha ha ha! The burly man laughed out loud, glanced at Lu Ming disdainfully, and walked away. In his opinion, a person riding on a space battleship was most likely someone below the heavenly god realm. He did not care at all. This guy, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he watched the burly man leave. In the end, he didn't make a move. He continued to control the starry sky battleship and flew towards the desolate mountain range. Why are there so many people? Lu Ming looked around and revealed a strange expression. Outside the huge desolate mountain range, there were many strong warriors of different races floating in the air. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the past, although there were people who came to the desolate mountain range to search for treasures, there would not be so many of them. Approaching the chaotic, desolate mountain range, Lu Ming left the starry sky battleship and floated in the starry sky. "Senior, may I ask what happened here? Why are there so many people?" Lu Ming came to the side of a white-haired old man and asked with cupped fists. The others were not surprised. Ninth-level, true God Realm experts could stay in the starry sky for a while, but they couldn't cross the starry sky and fly from one planet to another. "You don't know?" The old man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. "I don't know." Lu Ming shook his head. "There's no harm in telling you. Recently, I heard that the Heart of Desolation appeared in the desolate mountain range. That's why it attracted so many people. These people are all here for the Heart of Desolation." The old man said with a smile. He looked friendly. "Heart of Desolation?" Lu Ming revealed a confused expression. He had never heard of the Heart of Desolation before. The Heart of Desolation. There's actually the Heart of Desolation here. "Ha! The heavens are helping me." "No, the heavens are helping you. Lu Ming, you must get the Heart of Desolation. The Heart of Desolation can completely replace the Desolation Grass, and its effect is several times stronger than the Desolation Grass. The formation plate made from it will be more powerful." Guillermo laughed out loud when he heard about the Heart of Desolation. He was extremely excited. It's several times better than the desolation grass. There was a look of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. This time, he must succeed in dealing with the Dragon Mountain. Therefore, he must get the heart of desolation. Young man, there are many experts here. I see that you're only a peak, true God realm. How about this? Let's form a team and explore the desolate mountain range together. The old man suggested. Form a team? Lu Ming's eyes moved. That's right. Look, the others are forming teams. It's dangerous to enter the desolate mountain range alone. The old man pointed ahead. Lu Ming looked ahead. There were already people entering the desolate mountain range in groups of 3 to 5. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded. The old man's cultivation was only at level 3 heavenly god realm. Lu Ming did not think highly of him. However, the desolate mountain range was huge. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if you were to search for the heart of desolation alone. If you were to form a team with others, the chances of finding the heart of desolation would be higher. Great. Let's find more people to form a team. The old man smiled and went to greet the others. Not long after, the old man found another 6 people to form a team with. These 6 people were all at the celestial god realm. Lu Ming was the only one at the true god realm. Xianxia, why did you find a true god realm expert to go with us? He's going to be a burden to us. A woman in her 30s glanced at Lu Ming coldly and said unhappily. This lady was extremely seductive and had an amazing figure. However, she looked high and mighty and looked down on Lu Ming. This little brother is a friend of mine. Everyone, please give this old man some face and let this little brother join us, the old man said. The old man was called Xianxia. He said with a smile, since he's your friend, I'll give him some face. However, I have to make it clear that I won't care if he's in danger after entering the desolate mountain range. We can't be dragged down by a true god realm trash. The seductive woman said. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not bothering to take issue with the other party. This woman was only a level 1 heavenly god realm expert. He wondered why she was looking down on a true god realm expert. The others glanced at Lu Ming coldly and ignored Lu Ming. In their opinion, there was no need to be concerned about a true god. If they were in danger, they could just abandon him. All right. Xianxia smiled apologetically. The 8 of them then flew toward the desolate mountain range. Chapter 2884. The desolate mountain range had an extremely powerful domain. The closer one was to the front, the stronger the domain. Hence, to enter the desolate mountain range, one had to enter from the back. After entering the mountain range, the effect of the domain would be greatly reduced. This way, one could follow the mountain range and slowly enter the depths of the desolate mountain range. Hence, when one entered the desolate mountain range, they would enter from the back. Lu Ming's group of 8 flew in from the back. As soon as they entered the desolate mountain range, Lu Ming felt a powerful domain acting on him. It almost dragged Lu Ming down into the mountain range. They quickly circulated their divine power to resist the domain and slowly landed on the ground. Roar! As soon as they landed, there was a loud roar. It was a desolate beast. There were many desolate beasts living in the desolate mountain range. Some of them were very strong. However, this one was only a level 9 true god. A mere true god wants to sneak up on me? You're courting death. The bewitching woman shouted coldly. A sword gleam flashed, and the wild beast was split into 2 halves. Thereafter, she cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, as if to say that it was useless to see it. A true god realm was so weak. Lu Ming could not be bothered with this woman. In Lu Ming's heart, this woman was a fool. Being ignored by Lu Ming, the seductive lady's eyes flashed coldly. A mere true god dared to ignore her. He really did not know his place. Follow me, Xianxia said, and then walked in a direction. The group followed Xianxia forward. Along the way, they were attacked by desolate beasts from time to time. However, the desolate beasts here were not very high level. Most of them were below the heavenly god realm. There are not many heavenly gods. To Lu Ming and the rest, they were not a threat and were easily killed. After half a day, they were already a few million miles into the desolate mountain range. At this point, the domain of the desolate mountain range was already very strong. The pressure was getting stronger. Not to mention flying, it was difficult to even circulate divine power here. At this moment, they came to a huge valley. At this point, Xianxia suddenly stopped. Xianxia, why aren't you moving? Do you know where the heart of desolation is? A burly man asked. He. Xianxia laughed strangely as his gaze swept past Lu Ming and the others. And he said, I don't know where the heart of chaos is, but I know that all of you are about to die. Among the 7 people, except for Lu Ming, the expressions of the others changed. Xianxia, what do you mean by that? What do you want? The seductive woman glared at Xianxia. What are you doing? Very simple. Hand over all the treasures on you, and I can leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, I can only feed you to the desolate beasts. Xianxia sneered. Xianxia, sure enough, you didn't bring us here with good intentions. However, you think that you can kill us? That's ridiculous. A big man said coldly, his body giving off a powerful aura. Level 4 Heavenly God. This burly man was a 4th-level celestial god, which was even higher than Sank's 3rd-level celestial god. The burly man's powerful aura pressed down on Xianxia, but Sank's expression didn't change at all. Instead, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Come out, Xianxia yelled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following Sank's voice, a few figures suddenly dashed out from the valley. There were 11 figures in total. Their speed was shocking as they surrounded Lu Ming and his crew in just a few flashes. Xianxia, you set up an ambush here. You set us up. Damn it. The seductive woman, the burly man, and the others yelled in astonishment. At this point, no matter how stupid they were, they understood what was going on. Xianxia had asked them to team up with him to set them up. He had planned it all along. He had asked the others to set up an ambush here to rob them of their treasures. They had been tricked. It's him. Lu Ming wore a calm expression, but his eyes flickered with murderous intent when he saw one of the burly men. The burly man was the one who had attacked Lu Ming's galaxy battleship. He was the one who had attacked Lu Ming's galaxy battleship. Lu Ming was not too bothered at the time, but he did not expect to stumble into the burly man again, who was trying to rob him together with Xianxia and his crew. He could not help but say that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Hand over your treasures, so we won't have to do it ourselves, Xianxia said with a hollow laugh. However, no one dared to move. Who would hand over their treasures so easily? Why are we wasting our time talking to them? Let's just kill them to prevent any unexpected events from happening. The burly man who had attacked Lu Ming before snapped coldly and unleashed a powerful aura. The burly man was also a 4th-layer Heaven God realm cultivator. As a matter of fact, there were 6 4th-layer Heaven Gods among the group. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's crew only had 1 4th-layer Heaven God realm cultivator. The difference was too huge. You want me to hand over my treasures? In your dreams. On Lu Ming's side, the 4th-layer Heaven God yelled and dashed to the side with all his might. Bang! He blasted out with a fist, his aura exploding as he crushed forward. He wanted to carve out a bloody path to escape. You're courting death. A few experts on the other side yelled and attacked the burly man at the same time. These people were all 4th-layer celestial gods. They worked together to attack the burly man, using terrifying killing moves. The burly man was no match for the 3 of them. 2 of the attacks landed on the burly man, who let out a cry of agony and was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was half dead. The seductive woman and her crew were as pale as snow, without a trace of blood. Even the strongest among them was almost killed by a single move. They were even more hopeless now. Many of them wore looks of despair. Brother Xianxia, brothers, as long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to anything you want. The seductive woman wore a seductive smile as she twisted her slender waist seductively and glanced at Xianxia and his crew. Bitch, piss off. Your move is useless against us. Attack, kill them. Xianxia snapped coldly. In their line of work, they would never leave anyone alive. It was useless, no matter how seductive the woman was. Bang! Bang! Xianxia and his crew made their moves. Kid, I'll be the first to send you on your way. Sang's eyes flickered coldly as he stared at Lu Ming. He was the first to charge at Lu Ming. His blood-red claws were grabbing at Lu Ming's heart. However, after a flash of cold light, Sang's body stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief. That was because his heart had been pierced through by a spear. Of course, Lu Ming was the one who stabbed the spear. Chapter 2885. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, before wearing a terrified expression. He never thought that Lu Ming, who was only a 9th-layer true God Realm cultivator, would be so fast. He did not even see how Lu Ming attacked. Lu Ming's spear had already pierced through his heart. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying genius, a genius whose battle prowess could not be measured by his cultivation level. Spare me. Xianxia was bleeding profusely as he begged Lu Ming for mercy. Be on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. With a shudder of his spear, Sang's body was torn into pieces, dying on the spot. Kid, you're courting death. The bulky man who attacked Lu Ming's warship roared and charged at Lu Ming. His aura of the 4th-layer heaven god realm surged at Lu Ming, trying to kill Lu Ming. Godly dragon image, Lu Ming uttered in a deep voice. Following this, 2 9-clawed dragons appeared in the sky. The 9-clawed dragons lunged at the bulky man. The 2 9-clawed dragons had a total of 18 claws, tearing through the sky with shocking power. The bulky man's expression changed rapidly. His palm turned pitch black as he slashed at the claws of the 9-clawed dragons. Bang! 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 Terrifying collisions took place continuously. In just an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. The bulky man's expression changed tremendously as he was knocked back while vomiting blood. He was severely injured. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he did not transform into the ancient god flesh, the battle character art alone was enough to amplify his strength by 4 times. It was not something that the bulky man could resist. Roar! Roar! The 2 9-clawed dragons roared and continued to lunge at each other, tearing the bulky man into pieces. How is this possible? Lu Ming had killed 2 experts in a row, and the others were finally shocked. They cried out in alarm one after another, their faces full of disbelief. Originally, when they saw that Lu Ming was only a true God Realm cultivation base, they did not place Lu Ming in their eyes at all. At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with unimaginable battle prowess, causing them to be incomparably terrified. Okay. The seductive woman and the others were at a loss for words at first, but they were soon overjoyed. Lu Ming actually had such strong combat strength. They were saved. Kill! Lu Ming changed his direction and roared. Another 9-clawed dragon appeared in the air. A total of 3 9-clawed dragons pounced towards the others. At the same time, Lu Ming brandished his long spear and used the 3 strikes of annihilation to attack another person. Puff! The crescent-shaped spear light slashed down, splitting a 4th-level celestial god into 2. Then, the 3 9-clawed dragon worked together to kill the other 4th-level celestial god. It was a complete suppression. Go quickly! The others turned pale with fright and frantically retreated, running for their lives in all directions. Lu Ming charged forward and killed another 2 people. He did not continue to pursue them. Soon, those people disappeared into the vast mountains. The seductive woman and the others looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of shock and horror. They knew that they had encountered a peerless genius. Lu Ming, thank you for your help just now. I can't thank you enough. The few of them thanked Lu Ming one after another. Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Sister had misjudged you previously. Sister apologizes to you. The seductive woman's gaze turned and smiled sweetly. She swayed her slender waist and walked towards Lu Ming. She even threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Ming, as if she was going to seduce Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at the other party indifferently. He was too lazy to say anything and turn around to leave. This woman had a snobbish look. Previously, when she saw that Lu Ming was only in the true God realm, she mocked and ridiculed him. Now that she saw Lu Ming's shocking strength, she immediately threw herself at Lu Ming. It could be said that she was extremely shameless. "Brother Lu Ming, where are you going?" "Sister will go with you." The seductive woman immediately followed Lu Ming. "Get lost." Lu Ming turned around and shouted coldly. His eyes were sharp and emitted a cold, murderous intent. The seductive woman turned pale with fright and stopped in her tracks, not daring to come closer. Lu Ming's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place. This Lu Ming must be an exceptional genius from the Qin Tian 13 sects, or even the 3 overlords. We misjudged him previously. That's right. Such people have high standards. You want to seduce someone like you? You're delusional. The others looked at the seductive woman with ridicule, making her feel so ashamed that she was about to bleed. After Lu Ming set off alone, he headed towards the depths of the chaotic Desolation mountain range. Along the way, there were no mishaps. Soon, Lu Ming was halfway into the chaotic Desolation mountain range. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were people rushing in a certain direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he followed in that direction. After flying for a while, a lake appeared in front of him. There were many people gathered around the lake. Everyone was staring at the lake. Could it be that the heart of desolation is here? Lu Ming pondered. Splash! The lake water rolled and waves surged, creating 1,000 layers of waves. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the bottom of the lake, causing the entire lake's water to be blasted into the sky. The lake water splashed everywhere, revealing a dark cave underneath. Rumble! Under the cave, tentacles suddenly stretched out. However, these tentacles were not the tentacles of living creatures. They were formed by energy. After waving them, they looked like paths in the sky. There were a total of 81 paths. This is the path of vitality. The heart of desolation is inside. Only by stepping on the path of vitality can one enter the cave and obtain the heart of desolation. Someone shouted, "The heart of desolation is mine. Let's go." Immediately, someone rushed towards the path of vital energy and landed steadily on it. Why? Why can't I step on it? I can't either. I understand now. A path of vitality can only accommodate one person. Once one person steps on it, the other person can't go on. Someone noticed something fishy. Once one person stepped onto the path of origin Qi, if the others wanted to continue, they would be blocked by a powerful force, blocking them outside the path of origin Qi. A path of vitality could only accommodate one person. There were a total of 81 paths, and only 81 people could enter the cave. However, there were a few thousand people here. Among the few thousand people, only 81 people could enter. After figuring this out, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Then, they attacked one after another. "This path is mine. Get lost." Someone erupted with power, unleashing a powerful attack, attacking the person who stepped on that path. Although they couldn't enter, they could attack from the outside without any hindrance. A scream was heard. On one of the path of vitality, a person with a lower cultivation base was killed directly. Blood splattered on the path of vitality. Chapter 2886. A chaotic battle broke out. Thousands of people dashed towards the 81 paths of origin Qi and started a bloody battle. "Get lost, this path is mine." "You're the one who should get lost, Dai." The heart of desolation was extremely precious. Many people's eyes turned red as they dashed towards the 81 paths of origin Qi. Blood splattered everywhere as cries of agony were heard. A large number of true God Realm experts died in an instant. The remaining true God Realm experts finally came to their senses and retreated in fear, withdrawing from the battle. They understood that they couldn't compete with the heavenly gods with their cultivation base. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. However, there were still many heavenly gods. The battle became even more intense. However, some of them had extremely high cultivation bases, reaching the 7th layer heavenly god realm. 7th layer heavenly gods were definitely the strongest among these people. Their god force was like a tidal wave. With a single punch, several people were killed. No one could stop them. There were more than a dozen of them, occupying more than 10 paths of origin chi. In addition, some 6th layer heavenly gods were extremely terrifying. They suppressed the crowd and occupied some paths of origin chi. The strongest competitors were those at the 5th and 4th level of the heavenly god realm. There were many of them, more than 81 of them. They knew that they couldn't win against those at the 6th and 7th level of the heavenly god realm. Therefore, they gathered at the other paths, and the competition was intense. Lu Ming didn't make a move at first. After a while, he flew towards one of the paths of origin chi. This true god realm kid dares to go up. He's courting death. His greed is too strong. He won't live for long. Some true god realm experts saw Lu Ming and mocked him, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He had already arrived at the entrance of one of the paths of origin chi. A true god realm kid dares to join in the fun. He's courting death. A heavenly god realm man threw a punch at Lu Ming, creating a terrifying whistling sound. "Get lost!" Lu Ming coldly shouted, activating the battle secret art to increase his battle prowess by 4 times. His long spear trembled, and he thrust it towards his opponent. When the spear collided with the opponent's fist, an intense explosion rang out. The burly man's fist energy was instantly destroyed. His body violently trembled, and he retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? The others were dumbfounded, especially those true God Realm people who mocked Lu Ming. They were even more dumbfounded. This brat, a true God Realm, actually has such powerful strength. Kill him first. An old man shouted loudly and charged towards Lu Ming, his aura berserk. This person was shockingly a 5th level heavenly god. "Get lost, get lost," Lu Ming shouted as he stepped forward. With each step, a 9-clawed dragon would appear above his head. After 3 steps, 3 9-clawed dragons had appeared above his head. The 3 9-clawed dragons roared furiously as they charged towards their opponent. At the same time, 9 ice chains appeared on Lu Ming's body, wrapping around his opponent and emitting a shocking chill. Before transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming had to use all his strength against a 5th level heavenly god. World extinguishing 3 strikes, moon slashing. Holding the spear with both hands, he threw out 3 consecutive strikes. 3 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed towards his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed, and an intense battle ensued. For a moment, it was difficult for them to split their attention. However, the others took the opportunity to rush towards the path of origin chi. "Brat, I won't fight with you anymore." The old man exchanged a blow with Lu Ming, and his figure retreated, heading towards a path of origin chi. Lu Ming also followed, joining the others in a chaotic battle. This path had 3 5th-level heavenly gods, 4 4th-level heavenly gods, and Lu Ming. The 8 of them fought fiercely. Those below the 4th-level heavenly god realm were not strong enough to join a battle. The 8 of them fought in a chaotic battle. A few 4th-level heavenly gods could still hold on for a while, but soon they could not hold on any longer. One of them was struck in the vitals by a 5th-level heavenly god realm expert, dying on the spot. Moon slashing. Lu Ming threw out a blow, severely injuring a 4th-level heavenly god realm expert. The remaining 4th-level heavenly gods retreated with a solemn expression. Only 3 4th-level heavenly gods were left on this path, including Lu Ming, and they were still fighting. Lu Ming did not plan to use his ancient god body. The ancient god body was his trump card, and he could not use it easily. After all, there would definitely be more terrifying battles on this path of origin chi. If they really encountered the heart of chaos, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. Lu Ming only used various skills, the ice shackles, and the godly dragon aspect technique to fight against the enemies. Such a battle consumed a lot of their god force. After exchanging more than 100 blows, the others were running out of god force, but Lu Ming was still full of energy. Lu Ming gradually gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, the 7th and 6th level heavenly gods had already entered the depths of the cave. The other 3 were starting to get anxious. This kid is too strange. He has such a strong god force with only the cultivation of the true god realm. Why don't the 3 of us team up and take him down, then decide the winner? The other 3 5th level heavenly gods planned to team up to deal with Lu Ming first. The 3 of them had the same idea. They immediately joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. I was planning to save my trump card, but I'll fulfill your wish now. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His body began to expand rapidly. Lu Ming began to execute the ancient god technique to transform into the ancient god flesh. However, Lu Ming did not fully execute the ancient god technique, nor did he transform into a cyan-armored ancient god. He only transformed into the 2nd level, the orange-armored ancient god. His height was only around 30 meters. This way, he could save a lot of energy. Even after transforming into an orange-armored ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He swung his spear and sent a 5th-level heavenly god flying. Kill! Lu Ming took big strides forward and charged toward the elder. His violent attacks were like a storm pouring down on the elder. How is this possible? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to defend himself, but he could not stop Lu Ming. After barely managing to defend himself, Lu Ming killed him with a single spear strike. Following this, Lu Ming attacked the other 2. The other 2 turned pale with fright, not daring to stop Lu Ming at all. They retreated far away. Lu Ming landed on the vital chi path and strode forward. No one stopped him. This is also too strong, right? Is this still the realm of the true god realm? Those true god realm existences in the distance were all staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied, unable to react for a moment. Some people were unbelievably discouraged. Similarly, in the true god realm, the disparity between them and Lu Ming was too great. They did not know whether it was them who were too useless or Lu Ming who was too freakish. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people's thoughts. He ran at high speed, following the vital chi path deep into the cave. Chapter 2887. After running for a while on the path of vitality, Lu Ming used the ancient god tactic to shrink his body and revert to his normal form. Maintaining the ancient god body consumed a lot of stamina. There was probably going to be a big battle later, so he needed to conserve his stamina. He did not know where the vital energy path came from. Lu Ming followed the vital energy path and walked for thousands of miles before he finally reached the end. In front of him, there was a huge bubble floating in the dark void. Tentacles extended from a bubble. These tentacles were the 81 origin chi roads under their feet. Lu Ming's eyes were instantly attracted by something in the middle of the bubble. It was a crystal that looked like a heart, emitting a bright light. The heart of desolation. Lu Ming knew that it was the heart of desolation. However, no one fought for it. Those who came in earlier than Lu Ming stood at the end of the origin chi road, looking at the heart of desolation greedily. These people shouldn't be able to enter. Lu Ming pondered, but did not act rashly. However, even though Lu Ming did not move, the others did. There was a flash in the eyes of an old lady who entered at about the same time as Lu Ming. She took big strides forward and pounced toward the bubble. She wanted to dash into the bubble and grab the heart of desolation. The others watched with cold smiles on their faces. Bang! The old woman slammed into the air bubble. She slammed into it. With a scream, the old woman retreated. Her face was bruised, but her injuries were not serious. Stop dreaming. We can't enter this bubble now. One of them sneered. Why didn't you warn me? The old woman stared at that person with a gloomy face. Who do you think you are? Why should I warn you? That person sneered. You. The old woman gritted her teeth. However, her cultivation was not as good as the other party, so she did not dare to say anything. What should we do? Are we just going to look at the Heart of Desolation and not get it? Someone frowned. The Heart of Desolation has appeared before. I saw it recorded in an ancient book. At this moment, a white-haired old man spoke. You've seen the records. Then do you know how to obtain the Heart of Chaos? Someone's eyes lit up as he looked at the white-haired old man. I don't know. There's no harm in telling you. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, the balloon outside the Heart of Chaos is formed by powerful energy. Every day, the energy will extend into 81 paths of energy. Every time, only 80 people can follow the paths of energy to reach the center. Therefore, only when living beings have stepped onto all 81 paths of vitality will there be a way to obtain the Heart of Chaos. According to what you said, when the 81 paths of vitality are occupied, this bubble, which is the vitality morning and evening, will dissipate. Someone asked, in your dreams. It was impossible to activate the origin energy day and night. So, as expected, from what I know, the number of origin energy pillars activated is related to one's cultivation, but it's more related to one's talent. The higher one's talent is, the more origin energy pillars they can activate. In the past, every time the Heart of Desolation appeared, people would gather in the Desolation mountain range. However, very few people were able to get it, because they couldn't open the vital energy day and night. Only after the news spread out and the chosen from the various sects and clans joined forces could they open the vital energy day and night. The white-haired old man from before sighed. When the geniuses of the various factions arrive, we won't have a chance. No matter what, we have to give it a try. I'll do it next. An old woman stepped forward and poured her divine energy into the origin energy day and night, unwilling to give up. This old woman was the strongest, and she managed to stimulate 6 origin energy pillars, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The others were unwilling to give up either. They stepped forward and poured their divine energy into the origin energy day and night. Origin energy pillars flew out like dancing snakes. However, some of the 5th-level celestial gods managed to stimulate even fewer origin energy pillars. Some only had 2, while others only had 1. Not long after, 80 of the 81 people had made their moves. Only Lu Ming had yet to make his move. The 80 people only had 251 origin energy day and night. It was 748 origin energy day and night to reach 999. Chapter 2888. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Sigh, it's still not enough. Only 251. The difference is too big. The Heart of Desolation is not fated with us. I guess only the joint efforts of many geniuses can open the morning and evening pillar. Many people sighed. Some glanced at Lu Ming and directly ignored him. There was still Lu Ming who had not made a move, but the crowd no longer held any hope. Lu Ming was a true immortal realm cultivator. It was already a miracle that he could reach this point. It was already not bad if he could stimulate 1 morning and evening pillar. Even if Lu Ming was young and had good talent, there were still more than 700 morning and evening pillars. There was no hope. Forget it. Someone shook his head and withdrew his divine power, retreating a dozen steps. Following that, the others also shook their heads and withdrew their divine power. The morning and evening pillars also disappeared. However, no one left because they were unwilling to accept this result. This is interesting. I wonder how many morning and evening pillars I can stimulate if I go up. Lu Ming pondered in his heart, revealing a trace of interest, and then stepped forward. When Lu Ming moved, many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. This kid still wants to go up. We all failed, but he still wants to go up. Is he stupid? But speaking of which, it's not easy for this kid to reach this point with his true immortal realm cultivation. He might be a genius. Even if he's a genius, how many morning and evening pillars can he stimulate? 10, 20, Even if he can stimulate 100, it's useless. That's right. Guess how many morning and evening pillars this kid can stimulate? How many? This kid is so young and has such cultivation. He can still reach this point. His talent is definitely not weak. I'm guessing he can stimulate at least 10 morning and evening pillars. 10, maybe more. I'm guessing between 20 to 30. 20 to 30? That's too exaggerated. You have to know that we can only get 6 morning and evening pillars at most. Everyone discussed and began to guess how many morning and evening pillars Lu Ming could stimulate. As for Lu Ming, he had already walked to the morning and evening pillars. He stretched out a palm and placed it on the morning and evening pillars. His divine power slowly poured into the morning and evening pillars. Wong, Wong. The vital chi morning and evening suddenly vibrated violently. Then, pillars of vital chi formed and danced in the air. 36 snakes. In the instant that Lu Ming poured in his divine power, Lu Ming activated 36 pillars of vital chi. So much. Everyone else was stunned. Just now, some people had guessed that Lu Ming could trigger between 20 to 30, but some people felt that they had guessed too much. It would be very difficult for Lu Ming to do so. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming had only attacked for an instant, and Lu Ming had already stimulated 36 origin chi pillars. However, this did not stop. Following that, the vital energy vibrations became even more intense, producing loud, rumbling sounds like the waves of a vast ocean. Hua hua hua, more origin chi pillars shot out from the origin chi morning and evening. This time, there were 360 of them. In addition to the previous 36, there were a total of 396. The sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard. Everyone's eyes were about to explode, and they were tongue-tied. 396. Everyone looked at the 399 pillars of origin chi dancing in the air, thinking that they were dreaming. Heavens, a total of 396. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is he able to stimulate so many origin chi pillars? Unbelievable. A monster, a monster. This person is a peerless genius. If there were 3 of such people, they would be able to break through the origin chi morning and evening. Some people shouted in shock. The pillar of vitality that Lu Ming alone could activate was more than the pillar of vitality that the 80 of them could activate together. However, their shock was far from over. Dong 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 at this moment. Lu Ming's ancient god heart began to beat. Waves of ancient god aura poured into Lu Ming's palm and into the origin chi morning and evening. Wong, Wong, Wong. The origin chi morning and evening began to vibrate again. Following that, more origin chi pillars flew out. This time, more than 300 origin chi pillars were formed. In total, there were 700 origin chi pillars. There's more. The others were completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. 700 origin chi pillars, a total of 700 origin chi pillars. In history, the strongest genius could only stimulate more than 100 origin chi pillars, but Lu Ming had stimulated 700. How is this possible? How could there be such a strong genius in the world? The other 80 people thought that they had seen the world, but at this moment, they all felt that they were country bumpkins, people who had never seen the world before. 700 origin chi pillars. This should be the limit. The white-haired old man swallowed hard. His eyes were wide open, and his heart was thumping. However, in the next moment, he almost fell to the ground. That was because the origin chi morning and evening had not stopped vibrating. Instead, it vibrated even more violently. Could it be that he can stimulate more origin chi pillars? Some people said in a hoarse voice, 700 origin chi pillars are not enough. Let's try the battle formula. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a ray of light, and then he began to activate the battle formula. Lu Ming's understanding of the battle formula was getting more and more profound. Now, the success rate of activating the battle formula to quadruple his combat strength had reached 50%. Lu Ming's body was filled with a strong fighting spirit, and a powerful force burst out from his body. Rumble. The origin chi morning and evening vibrated even more violently. Then, more origin chi pillars rushed out. This time, hundreds of origin chi pillars rushed out, and the sky was filled with origin chi pillars. The number of origin chi pillars reached a total of 999. The number of origin chi pillars needed to activate the origin chi morning and evening was 999. Oh my God, he alone activated 999 origin chi pillars. This is too shocking. Unbelievable. Everyone at the scene was almost scared to death. At this moment, the origin chi morning and evening vibrated violently, rolling up waves of origin chi that filled the sky. There was a terrifying explosion, and cracks appeared on the origin chi morning and evening. It's going to open. The origin chi morning and evening is going to open. The heart of desolation is going to be born. Many people shouted, and their eyes were burning with passion. This time, it was really out of everyone's expectations. They originally thought that it was impossible to open the origin chi morning and that they would have to wait for the news to spread out, and the geniuses of the major forces in Xianxia Starfield would gather to open it. They never thought that it would open now. Ha! The heart of desolation is destined to be mine. A 7th-level heavenly god expert roared in his heart, and his eyes were burning with passion. Although Lu Ming had activated 999 primordial chi pillars, in his opinion, Lu Ming was only talented. Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength were nothing in his eyes. Chapter 2889. In fact, it wasn't just this 7th-layer heavenly god who thought so. The others thought so too. They had to admit that Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled. It was simply unheard of. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true god realm after all. Talent didn't mean strength, so they didn't take him seriously at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the heart of desolation, waiting for the moment when the heart of desolation would collapse. Boom! Finally, the heart of desolation exploded with a loud bang, turning into endless chi and dissipating in the air. The heart of desolation is mine. A 7th-layer heavenly god expert roared and pounced at the heart of desolation. Get lost. The heart of desolation is mine. Kill. The others roared and pounced at the heart of desolation with bloodshot eyes. Those who could make it this far were at least 5th-layer heavenly gods with shocking fighting strength. A total of 80 people pounced at the heart of desolation. A chaotic battle began. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone fought fiercely. All 80 people wanted to get the heart of desolation. Once someone got close to the heart of desolation, they would be surrounded and attacked by the others. As soon as the battle began, some people fell and were killed here. A few screams were heard as a few 5th-layer heavenly gods were killed. However, no one retreated. They continued to attack the heart of desolation. The heart of desolation was something that even divine kings would be tempted to fight for. One could imagine how valuable it was. How could an ordinary cultivator resist such a temptation? Everyone ignored Lu Ming. No one thought that Lu Ming was a threat. Lu Ming stood at the side with a smile. He withdrew his divine force and didn't make a move. He wanted to reap the benefits while the tigers fought. The battle became more and more intense. Some of the weaker cultivators were killed one after another. Finally, some of them were scared. They retreated out of the battlefield with fear on their faces. Only some 6th-layer and 7th-layer heavenly gods were left fighting and competing. However, no one could get close to the heart of desolation. This battle lasted for half a day, but no one had obtained the heart of desolation. In the end, the fighting stopped. The most powerful group of experts stopped at the 4 sides of the heart of chaos, facing each other, breathing heavily. It was clear that the consumption was extremely severe. After this battle, of the original 80 people, only 40 or so remained. Nearly half of them had died here. The remaining people faced each other and stared at each other. For a moment, no one dared to make the first move. They all knew that whoever made the first move would be besieged by the others. No one could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed under the siege of others. It's about time. At this moment, Lu Ming muttered. Then he stepped forward. He wants to take the heart of desolation. Let's attack together and kill this person. The old woman shouted. A powerful aura erupted from her body as she attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, the other experts also attacked Lu Ming. There were more than a dozen 7th-level heavenly gods and many 6th-level heavenly gods. With so many people attacking together, the power was shocking. Courting death, Lu Ming shouted coldly. A layer of crimson gold armor appeared on his huge body. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and surrounded him. Lu Ming first set up layers of defense, then attacked the old woman. Boom! Lu Ming stabbed out with a spear. A spear light pierced toward the old woman. Lu Ming was now able to suppress the Paragon Saint with his full strength. Although the Paragon Saint's cultivation was only 6th-level heavenly god, his combat strength was strong enough to kill a 7th-level heavenly god. He was probably stronger than the old woman, and Lu Ming could suppress the Paragon Saint. Naturally, dealing with the old woman was not a problem. Moreover, the old woman's divine energy was severely depleted. Puff! The spear light directly shattered the old woman's attack. The old woman screamed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. She quickly retreated. At this moment, the others' attacks also landed on Lu Ming's body. The 9 ice chains and the crimson gold armor shook a few times before exploding. Then, they landed on Lu Ming's green scales. However, the green scales' defense was shocking. They successfully blocked the others' attacks. Chapter 2890. The green scales on the ancient god body had incredible defensive power. Although the experts had destroyed Lu Ming's ice chains and 9 layers scarlet gold armor, they hadn't been able to break through the green scales. Although some of the scales had broken and blood had seeped out of his body, Lu Ming had still managed to block them. Lu Ming had a rough idea of his own defensive power. Kill! Lu Ming roared, no longer caring about his own defense. He brandished his spear and attacked the old woman. The old woman had already been heavily injured by Lu Ming and didn't have the strength to fight back. She frantically retreated, screaming, "Save me! Save me!" However, Lu Ming had forcefully endured the attacks of the others. It was too late for the others to save her. Bang! The spear stabbed out, and a huge spear light crushed the old woman. In front of the spear light, the old woman's body was as small as an ant. She directly exploded, turning into ashes. A 7th-level celestial god expert was killed by Lu Ming just like that. After killing the old woman, Lu Ming's spear changed direction, and he attacked the others. While attacking the others, Lu Ming's body constantly flashed with all kinds of light. 9 layers scarlet gold armor, ice chains, and even 3 divine dragon manifestations. Lu Ming didn't use these divine skills and secret arts to attack, but to defend. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook, and the ice chains, 9 layers scarlet gold armor, and divine dragon manifestations all collapsed. However, the power of the attacks that landed on Lu Ming's body was much weaker. They were all blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be dripping with blood, but his vital organs were not injured. Lu Ming blocked the attacks of the others, but the others couldn't block Lu Ming's attacks. Lu Ming specifically targeted a 7th-level heavenly god and launched a fierce attack. Soon, this person followed in the footsteps of the old woman and was killed by Lu Ming. After killing 2 7th-level heavenly gods consecutively, the others were finally a little scared. Their eyes were filled with fear. Some of them even slowed down their attacks, planning to flee the moment something went wrong. As for Lu Ming, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. His battle intent soared to the heavens, and a terrifying spear light constantly pierced and swept out. Not long after, another 2 people were killed. Not good. Retreat. Some people were terrified. When they saw Lu Ming charging over, they didn't dare to fight back. They retreated continuously, afraid that they would be targeted by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming didn't chase after them. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the Heart of Desolation. When he got close to the Heart of Desolation, no one dared to compete with him. Lu Ming grabbed the Heart of Desolation and put it into his spatial ring. Damn it! Damn it, my Heart of Desolation. Many people roared in their hearts as they watched Lu Ming take the Heart of Desolation. They were envious to death, but no one dared to stop him. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. The main thing was that his defense was too abnormal. They couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense, so they couldn't deal a fatal blow to Lu Ming. If it was someone else with similar offensive strength as Lu Ming, but without such a strong defense, they definitely wouldn't be a match for so many of them. They would have been killed by their combined attacks. Unfortunately, after Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body, his defense was too abnormal. It was enough to block their attacks and then chase after one of them. This terrified them. The Heart of Desolation is finally mine. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he rushed in the direction he came from. Wherever Lu Ming went, no one stopped him. Although the Heart of Desolation was precious, it was far inferior to one's own life. Lu Ming left this place unimpeded and arrived outside. Outside, many people swept their gazes toward Lu Ming, looking suspicious. You came out? What's the situation inside? Did anyone get the Heart of Desolation? You seem to be heavily injured. You must have been seriously injured and withdrawn from the competition, right? Many people saw that Lu Ming was the first one to come out and immediately asked all at once. Yes, they were competing for the Heart of Desolation. There was a huge battle going on inside. My cultivation was too weak, so I couldn't defeat them. I was lucky to survive. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded, believing that Lu Ming was telling the truth. No one doubted that Lu Ming had obtained the Heart of Desolation. Therefore, no one doubted Lu Ming. Lu Ming left this place unimpeded and headed out of the Desolation mountain range. Ha ha, Lu Ming, your luck is really good. You didn't get the Desolation grass, but you actually got the Heart of Desolation. If you use the Heart of Desolation to refine an array disk, its power will be even more shocking. At that time, you will have a greater chance of defeating the Dragon Mountain. In Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness, Gu Mo laughed heartily, lamenting Lu Ming's luck. Lu Ming was also quite happy. Now he had found all the things that Gu Mo said. Now he could return to the Kongxian school and refine the array disk. The Dragon Mountain wanted to sacrifice him to break the Rising Dragon formation, but it wasn't that easy. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Desolation mountain range. After spending some time, he returned to the Kongxian school. After returning to the Kongxian school, Lu Ming found Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming, you want to see my grandfather? Ouyang Qingxiang asked in surprise. Yes, I have something to ask Senior you for help. Lu Ming nodded. The array disk that Gu Mo mentioned was incomparably mysterious. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine it. If he wanted to fully refine it and display its power, only a divine king could do it. However, it was easier said than done to ask a divine king for help. Therefore, Lu Ming immediately thought of Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather, Wuxia. Lu Ming had helped Ouyang Qingxiang obtain the position of Zongzi of the Kongxian school. Wuxia had no reason to reject Lu Ming. Asking my grandfather for help is a small matter. Come with me. Ouyang Qingxiang nodded and led Lu Ming to Wuxia's cultivation area. When they arrived at Wuxia's cultivation area, Lu Ming waited outside, while Ouyang Qingxiang went in to look for Wuxia. Not long after, Ouyang Qingxiang came out with a smile on her face and said, Lu Ming, my grandfather just came out of seclusion. I'll bring you to see him. Lu Ming nodded and followed Ouyang Qingxiang to a large hall to see Wuxia. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Yu. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. After all, Wuxia was a divine king expert, a top expert of the Qin Tian star field. Lu Ming, no need to be so polite. Sit. Yu Wuya smiled and invited Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming had helped Ouyang Qingxiang obtain the position of Zhongzi. Yu Wuya's impression of Lu Ming was extremely good. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more pleasing he was to the eye. He was even thinking of how to matchmake Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. This way, Ouyang Qingxiang's position in the Kongxian school would be as stable as Mount Tai. Therefore, he was very polite to Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang sat down, and someone came to brew tea. Chapter 2891. Yu Wuya picked up the teacup and took a sip. His gaze fell on Lu Ming again as he asked, I heard from Qingxiang that you have something you need my help with? Yes, Senior Yu. I want to refine a kind of array disk, but my cultivation is too low and I can't refine it. Only a divine king expert can refine it. So I thought of you, Senior. Lu Ming did not hide and directly told him his purpose. What array disk? It needs a divine king to refine it? Yu Wuya was also interested. Senior, please take a look. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and waved his hand. The jade talisman flew to Yu Wuya. Yu Wuya caught it in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, reading the contents of the jade talisman. After a while, Yu Wuya revealed a look of surprise and said, What a mysterious array disk. The refining method of such an array disk is really unheard of. Amazing, amazing. No wonder you can't refine it with your cultivation. Haha, don't you know who gave you array disk? How can the array disk given by me be bad? Bone Demon's smug voice sounded. Senior, this is something I found by chance when exploring a ruin. May I ask if you can refine it? Lu Ming asked. I can refine it, but some of the materials needed to refine this array disk are rather rare. Even I can't gather them in a short time. Yu Wuya said, Senior, the materials are not a problem. I've already gathered them. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took out the materials needed to refine the array disk one by one. The Heart of Desolation. Lu Ming, you actually have the Heart of Desolation? When he saw Lu Ming take out the Heart of Desolation, Yu Wuya was shocked. Lu Ming's weight in his heart increased a little. This junior was lucky enough to obtain it. Lu Ming said humbly. Yu Wuya smiled, knowing that Lu Ming was being modest. If he was lucky enough to obtain it, then why couldn't others obtain it? Lu Ming, since the materials have been prepared, this old man can begin the refinement. However, it will take a few months to complete the refinement. Once the refinement is complete, I will send someone to inform you. Yu Wuya said, Thank you, Senior. Junior has another request. I hope that Senior won't tell anyone else about this disk array, especially other God Kings. Lu Ming said, If news of the disk array were to spread to Dragon Zhoushan, or if Dragon Zhoushan were to see it, it would definitely raise the guard of Dragon Zhoushan. Yu Wuya glanced at Lu Ming in surprise. He did not understand why Lu Ming did not dare to let the other God Kings know. However, he did not ask any further. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I will definitely not let a second person know. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in thanks, and then left with Ouyang Qingxiang. He would be able to refine it in a few months. There was enough time. Long Haoshan had given Lu Ming 10 years of time. Returning to his residence, Lu Ming cultivated in peace. In a blink of an eye, several months passed. Yu Wuya had already finished refining the disk array and had Ouyang Qingxiang bring it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief, feeling much more confident. Cultivating like this is too slow. It's impossible to break through to the heavenly god realm in 10 years. On this day, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered with a frown on his face. There was a huge chasm between the peak 9th level true god realm and the heavenly god realm. It was too difficult to break through. 99% of people were forever stuck at the peak true god realm, unable to break through. Only those with outstanding talent could break through after a long period of accumulation or some fortuitous encounter. Therefore, those who could break through to the heavenly god realm were mostly geniuses with king-grade divine force. The higher the grade of divine force, the easier it was to break through. Those with ordinary divine force would find it difficult to break through to the heavenly God realm. Of course, it wasn't absolute. There were those with ordinary divine force who broke through to the heavenly God realm, but those were the minority. However, no matter how high the grade of divine force they controlled was, it was very difficult for them to break through to the heavenly God realm in 10 years after breaking through to the peak 9th level true God realm. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't doubt that if he couldn't break through to the heavenly God realm in 10 years, Long Haoshan would really make a move on him. Lu Ming was still thinking about what method he could find to let his cultivation break through quickly. At this time, Lu Ming's heart shook. He felt that someone was coming from outside the courtyard. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard and saw a white-haired old man standing in the air. Holy Son Lu Ming. The white-haired old man smiled and nodded in greeting. Elder Lu, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming recognized this white-haired old man. He was an inner sect elder. The sect master has ordered to gather all the holy sons and holy daughters. He has a mission for you. Elder Lu said, a mission? And all the holy sons and holy daughters? What mission is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. To be honest, I also don't know. I'm only in charge of passing on the message. Holy Son Lu Ming, follow me. Later, a grand elder will tell you. Elder Lu said courteously. Then, Lu Ming followed Elder Lu into the depths of the inner sect. Soon, the two of them arrived at the peak of a mountain. Everyone's here. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that the Paragon Saint, Saint Son of Floating Light, Saint Son of Flaming Sky, Saint Son of Xianxia, Ouyang Qingxiang, and Saint Shuatan were all present at the peak of the mountain. Seeing Lu Ming arrive, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming, especially the Supreme Holy Son. A cold light flashed in his eyes, revealing a wisp of killing intent. But it was only a flash before he hit it. However, Lu Ming's spiritual perception was extremely sharp. He clearly caught it. You want to kill me? You better not give me the chance. A wisp of killing intent also flashed in Lu Ming's heart. Clearly, the Supreme Holy Son had lost to Lu Ming last time and harbored a grudge against Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wouldn't be lenient towards such a person. He would find a chance to get rid of him. His gaze swept past the Supreme Holy Son, Fuko Seiko, and the others before landing on the old man at the front. Senior Elder. Lu Ming's heart shook. From this old man's clothes, Lu Ming knew he was a senior elder of the Kongxian School's Senior Elder Hall. He was in existence at the Divine King realm. Elder Lu landed in front of Senior Elder Hall and respectfully bowed. Senior Elder Hall, Holy Son Lu Ming has arrived. All right, you can leave, said Senior Elder Lu indifferently. Then Elder Lu respectfully left. Only Lu Ming, the Holy Sons, and Senior Elder Hall were left on a mountain peak. You must be very curious as to what mission I've gathered you for this time, right? Said Senior Elder Hall with a faint smile. That's right, Senior Elder Fan. May I know why you've gathered us all together? The Paragon Saint was the first to ask. There is indeed a major matter that requires you all to work together. The location is in Darklight Galaxy. As for the specifics, there's no need to rush. Come with me. Once we reach Darklight Galaxy, I'll naturally tell you. Let's go. After Senior Elder Fan finished speaking, he walked in the direction of the transportation formation. Everyone could only follow Grand Elder Fan into the teleportation array with their doubts. Chapter 2892. Dimlight Star River was an extremely remote star river in the Qin Tian star field. It was even more remote than the Chaotic Star River. That was because there were very few living beings in this star river. Cultivators were even rarer, and those who had become gods were few and far between. Therefore, very few people would come here. Every major force would symbolically set up a teleportation point in Dim Eye Star River and send a few people to guard it. Through the teleportation array, Lu Ming's group arrived at the teleportation point. Then, with a wave of Grand Elder Fan's hand, a surge of divine force shrouded them and brought them into the starry sky. Their speed was extremely fast. What astonishing speed! Lu Ming looked at the stars flying past one after another and exclaimed in his heart. The speed of a God King expert was too fast. Shuttling through the starry sky was even faster than most of the space battleships. In fact, after reaching the God King realm, there's almost no need for space battleships. Unless it was a rare and astonishingly high-grade space battleship, the average space battleship speed wouldn't be comparable to a God King's flying speed. Half a day later, in the starry sky ahead, a dazzling radiance suddenly shone. Rings of radiance appeared in the starry sky ahead. They were extremely dazzling, even brighter than the stars, illuminating the starry sky. Lu Ming's group came to a halt. That is, everyone looked in front of them in shock, because those rings of radiance were too big. They were many times bigger than a life planet. This is our target for this trip. There's a star system in front of us, Grand Elder Fan explained. Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a star system in front of them. The core of the star system was a star. However, this star's radiance was extremely dim, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Around this star, there were about a dozen planets revolving around it. Those rings of radiance were emitted from this star system. One could imagine how big it was. Boom! Boom! At this moment, terrifying rumbles erupted from the periphery of the star system. Dazzling divine light illuminated the starry sky. The terrifying explosion shook the entire star system. There are experts attacking that star system, Ouyang Qingxiang exclaimed. That's right. There are indeed experts attacking this star system. They're the sect masters of the Qin Tian 13 sects and some God King Grand Elders. Grand Elder Fan explained. Lu Ming and the others were even more surprised. The patriarchs of the Qin Tian 13 sects had arrived. There were also some divine, king, eminent elders who were besieging this galaxy. What was in this galaxy? Let me tell you, this entire galaxy has been set up with a great formation. Those rings of light are the light of the great formation. Even the sect masters of the Qin Tian 13 sects and the divine king experts could not break through it. Grand Elder Fan explained. Set up the formation with the stars. Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. Just how big was a galaxy? Someone had actually laid down a formation over the entire galaxy. Just how terrifying was that? It was truly astonishing. Grand Elder Fan, what exactly is inside this great array? It actually drew over the 13 Skypillar sects. Besides that, what does this have to do with us? The Paragon Saint asked. The patriarchs of the Qin Tian 13 sects and some God King doyens were here. What did that have to do with them? With their cultivation, there was no way they could interfere at all. Don't be anxious. This matter needs to be explained from the beginning. Grand Elder Fan then explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Usually, no one would pay attention to the dim light galaxy, and almost no one would come here. But a few months ago, someone had accidentally discovered that this galaxy was extremely strange. After some investigation, they discovered that this galaxy had actually been set up with a great formation. This kind of great formation quickly alarmed the upper echelons of the Qin Tian 13 sects. The Qin Tian 13 sects immediately sent experts who were proficient in formations to study it. In the end, they came up with a shocking conclusion. In the distant past, someone had set up a great formation over the entire galaxy with a star as the core. Their goal was to refine a star core, to refine an entire star into a star core. When this news came out, it shocked most of the God King experts of the Qin Tian 13 sects. That was because once a cultivator reached the God King realm, they would have to refine a star core. When a heavenly god broke through to the God King realm, the divine flame in their body would turn into a star core. A star core was the core of a star. It condensed boundless power. However, a God King star core was extremely weak and small. It couldn't be compared to a star core. Someone actually wanted to refine an entire star into a star core. A star core refined from an entire star was definitely a priceless treasure. If a God King could obtain it, his cultivation base would definitely soar. Furthermore, a formation grandmaster had already come up with the conclusion that this great formation had been set up for a very long time. The star had practically been refined, so the star core had already been successfully refined. It would be strange if those god kings weren't moved. If they obtained the star core, their cultivation bases would soar and they would be able to suppress other god kings and dominate the Qin Tian starfield. That was why the sect masters of the Qin Tian 13 sects and many other god kings had come to fight for the star core. However, they had been blocked by the galaxy's great formation. After a few months of attacks, many experts had been unable to break through the great formation and enter the galaxy. Through the research of many formation grandmasters, they had come up with the conclusion that only the younger generation's geniuses could enter this galaxy. That was because the great formation had been specially set up. When one's age exceeded a certain limit, it was impossible to enter. That was why they had gathered all of them. It's not just us from the Kongxian school. The top geniuses from the other forces have also been gathered. However, the various sect masters and god kings are still unwilling to give up. They want to make one last attempt to see if they can break through this great formation. Grand Elder Fan explained. Lu Ming and the rest were enlightened. They finally knew what had happened. Ahead of them were the various sect masters and God King Realm Grand Elders' final attempt to break through the formation. If they still couldn't break through, they would probably have to send their younger generation's geniuses. It was no wonder that all the saints and saintesses had been gathered. It was because they might have to compete with the top geniuses from the other forces, or even the top 3 overlord forces. Boom, boom. In the starry sky ahead, the rumbling sounds were still incessant as dazzling lights flashed. All of you follow me. Grand Elder Fan led Lu Ming and the rest forward. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, streams of light flew over from other directions. Lu Ming and the rest looked around and saw that every stream of light was a figure. There was a God King Realm expert leading a group of young people. Obviously, these are the experts from the other forces who had brought their young geniuses over. After flying for a while, they stopped not far away from the galaxy. Chapter 2893. Other than Lu Ming and the others, there were other people in this area. There were a total of 13 batches, and each batch had some young people. The prodigies of the Qin Tian 13 sects had all arrived. Among them, the 3 overlord forces, the Mystic Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground, had the most people. Each of them had a strong aura, and their eyes were filled with powerful auras. It was obvious that they were all experts, and each of them was a saint. However, there were some sects that were much more shabby. Although they had a lot of people, and some sects even had more people than the Profound Sky sect, there were very few Holy Sun level characters. Some powers only had 1 or 2 Holy Sun level characters, while the others weren't Holy Sun level characters at all. They were far inferior to Holy Sun level characters. The prodigies of the Qin Tian 13 sects were sizing each other up. Ji Qinkuan, I heard that you were defeated in the Kongxian School's Zongzi competition. Ha ha, you're really a piece of trash. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. It came from a Mystic Academy. Lu Ming and the rest looked in the direction of the voice. Someone from the multi-eyed race. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The person who had spoken just now had 4 eyes on his face. There were 2 eyes on each side, and all 4 eyes were shining with a cold light. This was the multi-eyed race, also known as the 4-eyed race. Like the 3-eyed race, they belonged to the multi-eyed race. 4-eyed emptiness, what did you say? The Paragon Saint's face was extremely cold as he stared at this person. This person's name was 4-eyed emptiness. What? Did I say something wrong? I heard that you were defeated by a new disciple of the Kongxian school. If you're not a piece of trash, then what are you? To think that you used to be as famous as me. How disgusting. 4-eyed emptiness sneered, his face full of disdain. Ha ha, 4-eyed emptiness, you're right. Ji Qinkuan, you're really a piece of trash. Someone from the Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground sneered disdainfully. This made the Paragon Saint's face turn even uglier. Lu Ming, the Paragon Saint, roared in his heart. This was a great humiliation to him, and he blamed this humiliation on Lu Ming. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If it weren't for Lu Ming, he wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Lu Ming, there are some people in the three major forces that you have to pay attention to. That four-eyed Empyrean is someone who is as famous as the Sovereign Holy Sun. He is extremely talented and has great combat strength. I'm afraid he is even stronger than the Sovereign Holy Sun. Ouyang Qingxiang transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. There's also the invincible Kenzo in the immeasurable sacred ground. Each and every one of them is extremely terrifying. Ouyang Qingxiang continued to transmit her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and asked, I heard that there are divine sons in the three overlords. Where are their divine sons? Do they not come? They're all here. Ouyang Qingxiang said, Do you see that cold-faced bald youth in the Mystic Academy? That's the Mystic Academy's divine son, Mo Jioyi. Lu Ming looked in the direction Ouyang Qingxiang was pointing. Indeed, he saw a bald youth in the Mystic Academy's crowd. This person's appearance was ordinary, and his aura was restrained. Standing in the crowd, it was easy to overlook him. Lu Ming hadn't paid much attention to this person before. He hadn't expected this person to be the Mystic Academy's divine son, a peerless genius who controlled divine-grade divine force. As if sensing Lu Ming's gaze, Mo Jioyi also looked at Lu Ming. A pitch-black light flashed in his eyes, and it shot towards Lu Ming like a sharp blade. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. He quickly circulated his energy to block it. This person is very terrifying. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. Mo Jioyi stared at Lu Ming, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. His lips moved slightly, and a voice suddenly rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, in the ancient god's world, you killed the Mystic Academy's divine son. This is a great crime, and I will make you pay with your life. Mo Jioyi's voice was cold and merciless, and it was filled with terrifying killing intent. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Lu Ming replied forcefully. Hee, you're very confident. Just you wait. Mo Jioyi said coldly, and then he didn't say anything else. Ouyang Qingxiang didn't know that Lu Ming and Mo Jioyi had already talked in secret, so she continued to introduce to Lu Ming. The young man in white from the invincible Kenzo is the invincible Kenzo's divine son, and the sword in his hand is extremely terrifying. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming's gaze shifted from Mo Jioyi to the young man in white from the invincible Kenzo. This person was called Sword Dao Wuji, and he was extremely handsome. His entire body exuded a terrifying sword intent that no one could ignore. Another terrifying genius. Lu Ming thought to himself. Sword Dao Wuji's gaze also looked at Lu Ming, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes were like two divine swords, emitting a terrifying sword intent. Even the other invincible Kenzo's prodigies standing beside him paled, and they quickly moved away from him to avoid being injured by his sword intent. The burly young man in red armor from the boundless sacred ground is called Tsang Yin Pejuan, and he's the divine son of the boundless sacred ground. Ouyang Qingxiang introduced. Lu Ming's gaze shifted over again. It was a young man who was close to 3 meters tall. He was abnormally burly, and he wore a thick red armor that gave off a powerful pressure. The pressure that this person gave off wasn't any weaker than Sword Dao Wuji or Mo Jioyi. He was also a terrifying genius. Lu Ming memorized the names of these 3 people. There were many prodigies from the Qin Tian 13 sects, but only these 3 people made Lu Ming feel threatened. He didn't care about the others. Boom, boom. Just as everyone was sizing each other up, the explosions in front of them became even more intense. Rings of dazzling light could be seen flickering around the galaxy, blocking the terrifying attacks. After a while, those attacks stopped. Then, rays of light began to fly over. The sect masters of the Qin Tian 13 sects and the other divine king experts had finished breaking the formation and returned. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. The person in the lead was the Kongxian School's sect master, Dragon Zhoushan. The other 4 were the founding elders of the Kongxian School, and they were all divine king experts. Dragon Zhoushan and the other 4's auras were a little unstable. It was obvious that breaking the formation had consumed a lot of energy. Sect Master, how is it? Still can't break it? Founding Elder Fan asked. It can't be broken. Dragon Zhoushan shook his head, and then his gaze fell on Lu Ming and the others. It's up to you now. Don't worry, Sect Master. I'll do my best to help you get the Stellar Core, the Supreme Saint hurriedly said. Dragon Zhoushan waved his hand and said, There's no need for you to get the Stellar Core. With your cultivation, you won't be able to get the Stellar Core. According to the predictions of the Array Masters, there are some Array plates in this galaxy. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.